Testing. test, 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 test. Test, test.
Now it is. Okay, you got that one. This one isn't working. I'm asking all legislators to please join us in the chambers. We'll get started as soon as possible.
As always. As always. It's all okay.
We're going to call the Rules Committee first. It'll be just a brief tee-up to the full legislature, and then we'll hear from Mr. Bruderman, and then we'll have public comment. To lead things off, I would ask Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, please rise. Place your hand over heart and join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call the Rules Committee into session. Mr. Pulitzer, Mike, could you please call the roll?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Rules Committee roll call. Legislator Sheila Bino. Here. Legislator Delia DeRigi-Witten. Here. Ranking Member Kavan Abrahams. Here. Legislator Laura Schaefer.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Vice Chairman Howard Coppell. Here. Chairman Richard Nicolello.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Okay, thank you. We have one item, it's 89 of 2022, a resolution to appoint Matthew J. Bruderman as a director to the board of the Nassau Healthcare Corporation. Motion by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. As I said before, what we're simply doing is passing this on to the full legislature, where it will be considered by all of the legislators, not just the Rules Committee members. Any debate or discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, so it passes by a vote of 4-3. Motion to adjourn the Rules Committee. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Those opposed? We're
Aye.
adjourned. All right, let's go right to the full legislature. Mike, you want to call the roll again?
Yes, sir. Roll call. Deputy Presiding Officer Howard Copel. Alternate Deputy Presiding Officer Denise Ford.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator Sheila Bino. Legislator Carrier Salage.
Here.
Legislator Deborah Muley. Okay. Legislator C. William Gaylor III.
Present.
Legislator John Giuffre.
Here.
Legislator Mazi Khalip.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator Delia DeRicci Whitten. Legislator James Kennedy.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator Thomas McKevitt.
Here.
Legislator Laura Schaefer.
Here.
Legislator John Ferretti. Legislator Arnold Drucker. Legislator Rosemary Walker.
Here.
Legislator Joshua Lafazan. Okay, we'll come back there. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Minority Leader Kavan Abrahams. Presiding Officer Richard Nicolello.
Here.
Legislator Josh Lafazan. He's on. Okay. Sir, we have a quorum.
Okay. First order of business is a motion to suspend the rules. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel, seconded by Legislator Walker. Any debate or discussion on suspending the rules? Hearing none. All in favor of suspending the rules signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. The rules are suspended. The one item we have, again, is resolution number 51. It is a resolution to appoint Matthew J. Ruderman as a director to the board of the Nassau Healthcare Corporation. Motion by Legislator Kennedy, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. So that puts the item before the legislature, and I would ask Mr. Ruderman if he would like to approach the podium. I understand he has a statement. He's going to be sitting at the table here. We're going to hold for a second. I guess the remote connection via Microsoft Teams is not working at the moment. So we'll give it a couple of seconds. While we're waiting, I have received a number of slips for people who want to make some public comment. If you're interested in doing so and haven't submitted a slip already, we have the slips up by the clerk's table. Fill one out, hand it to the clerk, and we'll make sure we call on you at the appropriate time.
these glasses on so I can see everyone. Can everyone hear me okay?
Mr. Bruderman, welcome to the legislature. We're waiting for the remote connection to reconnect. It went down a few moments ago, so we have a...
I cut it in the parking lot.
Yes.
Yes, we can now, but is it possible to keep this on during the hearing?
Yeah, we'll try.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we're back on. Our legislators are connected again. We have Mr. Bruderman at the table. Welcome, and I understand you have a statement that you would like to read.
Yes, I do. Thank you. First of all, I wanted to say that I'm aware that there's something being passed or voted on in Albany on behalf of the state, I think on Monday. And so I just wanted to say I hope that after today, should I be made chairman, that my chairmanship lasts more than a day so I can do, finally, the good work I've been trying to do. I also wanted to point out I questioned whether or not I should come today because the effort and things that I had to sacrifice to be here were great. And I was thinking, is it worth me taking the time to come down here if I'm not going to be in the seat and able to do the work come Monday anyway? So I'm hoping that after we get through this, that the county legislature and the people in the community realize what can be done if you get the right person and people in the job. And I wanted everyone to know that today I violated a cardinal rule personally in my family. And that is, if anyone knows me, the way I organize my life, which is crazy, not as crazy as I personally am, is that I prioritize first my family. I fell in love with my wife in 11th grade, the first time I saw her in the cafeteria. I tell my daughter, like my wife, it's amazing how I could actually love them more every day. I think I love them so much, and then the next day I love them more. And my daughter is looking to switch schools and is spending a day away. And I was with her last night, and she's up there today with her mom without me. And anyone, again, that knows me knows that my family comes first, then actually my sports and my activities that I love to do, and then business. I have enough money. I can support myself and my family. So I don't need to chase a ton of money like a lot of people that I know. So I have the luxury of being able to say family and friends first, then my sports, which I love, and then worry about my investments. And so today I got up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I drove all the way down here, all by myself in the rain, all by myself in the dark. And my daughter now is going on a tour without her dad. And so I hope that's not in vain. The other thing that I'd like to say is I'd like to say thank you to my old friends, especially John and Ricky, who are in the front here, who, when they saw what was being written in the newspaper, wrongly, twisted, wrong, not only did they call me and say it's wrong, but they said, I want to be there. And I said, I don't want to get into a race situation and have, my friends of color there as if they're tokens. And you know what they said to me? I have real friends. They said, we're going to be there no matter what. These guys love me. I love them. And they're here to support me. And again, I hope that their care for me, they stopped their jobs, they took off of work, and they came in here. And they were like, I'll fight for you. And again, I hope that's not in vain. And I also want to thank all of the other people that have come here, my new friends, nurses, doctors. I haven't seen Dr. Booten, but I understand he's here. Fabulous people that have embraced me coming out of the gate. And I think before I get into my my speech here, again, I just wanted to thank everyone for embracing me. And I want to sort of set the table with, to me, there's been this like crazy attack. I've never seen it in the history of NUMIC. I know that people came and went and this and that. But I want everyone to ask themselves, why in 3 days of me being nominated and me being in NUMIC one day, asking very hard questions, why was it so important that people race to file temporary restraining orders, restraining me from being in a seat and acting as chairman? Why? Why so urgent? This guy's in for 3 days. What's he going to do? Ask yourselves that question. Why do they send restraining orders and legal documents to my home? Why do they run into court and then fight appeals? One guy. Am I that special? Why are people, instead of on Monday, you've got an organization that's been messed up for like 40 years. Certainly of recently, there's tons of press. Press has written about it. Why the urgency for the state to not speak to the constituents in the community, not come to the county, not hear what the people and the doctors and the nurses and everyone have to say, not talk to me? Why would the state urgently have to take control? They already had control. There's 8 seats on the board that were appointed by the state. And there were 7 seats that were appointed by the county. Coincidentally enough, no one wants me to talk about politics, but guess what this hospital is burdened with? Politics. So the last 4 years, I don't even know because I don't follow politics. In the last 4 years, I understand that the county and the state were Democratic. And the county and the state appointed all the other board members and the chairman. So to me, and especially the twisting of words, like one paper said, directly, Matthew Bruderman has no health care experience. Do reporters check their facts? If you Google me, the first thing that comes up says I'm a healthcare investor and I own a healthcare company now. Did they care about the facts? No, I don't think so. They listed me as a GOP donor instead of a healthcare investor and a turnaround expert. Why? Again, I think there's agendas here that are very problematic and systematic. And until that's fixed, NUMIC will never thrive. It will never work because it is politicized. And I have solutions even for that, which I'm hoping I get to propose to the county and to the state. So that way it's fixed forever, not just now. And as I told Bruce Blakeman when he asked me to serve, and by the way, I know I'm answering a lot of questions. Prior to 5 months ago, you can check political records. I never donated a penny. I don't care about politics. People that know me know that I'm a fiscal conservative because if an economy has money, it can do good works. And if it doesn't, it can't help itself, much less others. So yes, I'm a fiscal conservative. And I've been very aggressive about backing fiscal conservative, good people. And so yes, I've poured my money first and now my time. Because my heart is in fixing the inner city community and the crisis that goes on there. And getting young people jobs and giving people an opportunity. Helping the poor, helping the homeless. And so, on top of my money, people like Bruce Blakeman asked me if I would do sort of the ultimate thing and spend my time take the time from my family and try to use my skills and experience and relationships to fix a broken institution in an important area. And I stepped up to do that. And in exchange, I've been persecuted. My good friends tell me, "You're crazy. What are you doing? You're totally successful. You don't even go to work." And to be clear, I wakeboard and water ski and hunt and fish every day with my kids. I just, for the first time with my son, figured out how to make maple syrup. If you guys want to come over, you can. And I'm sacrificing that. People tell me that they're going to assassinate my character because they couldn't stop me potentially at the board level with temporary restraining orders, and they may not be able to stop me at the state level. So what are they going to do? They're going to burn me at the stake. They're going to write what they want, a false narrative. I heard about that, but God, is it terrifying to actually live through it. And again, I say this because I don't care about politics. I have all the friends I need, and I have a lot of new ones. So I don't care what they put in the press, but what I care what the press does in undermining saving a hospital for people that need it desperately. And so that's why I care, and that's why I'm here, and that's why I got up at 4 a.m. today, so I could subject myself to more punishment that'll be twisted in the press. But I'm not running like I told everyone in the hospital. I'm never running. I was raised that you don't walk past a crime. You don't walk past bullying. And you can go dig up every kid I went to school with, and they'll tell you, if a kid was being bullied, I would beat their ass. I don't tolerate it. And here, I feel like I'm in that situation. This community is being bullied. This community and the hospital are being exploited. And the reason people are upset with me is because I'm pulling back the curtain. In the first day, I pull back the curtain. And that's what people don't want to happen, because people are going to be embarrassed. And I'm sorry about that. And I'm not doing it for politics. Again, I live in Nassau County. I was born in Nassau County. And I'm going to commit my time to help Nassau County. And now I'll read my speech. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for considering my nomination to the board of Nassau University Medical Center. I'm honored to be here and truly humbled by the confidence that Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman has placed in me to not only serve NUMIC, but to lead the effort to save this vital institution. NUMIC means so much to so many. In fact, I wasn't even aware of it. This healthcare facility employs more than 4,000 dedicated people. It provides critical care to thousands of patients each year, many of whom have nowhere else to go. Nassau County residents deserve this hospital to be fiscally sound, sustainable for the long term, and provide first-class health care. Over the past 3 decades, I have worked across finance, healthcare, consumer products, retail, media, and other industries. As an investor, an entrepreneur, the difference there is you started it, not bought it, and an advisor. I've advised many healthcare companies. In fact, people wanted to come stand by my side, but I said, I don't want to bring you into this situation. From Fortune 500 companies to startups, my goal in each case has been to build better, more resilient enterprises. Today, I'm the majority shareholder in more than 80 companies. In the healthcare industry, I've been involved in many capacities: M&A advisor, owner-operator, and investor in more than a dozen healthcare service companies, including physician practice management, diagnostic imaging, rehabilitation, healthcare IT, health and wellness services, and durable medical equipment. The long-standing challenges of NUMIC threaten its ability to keep our promise to the people of our communities, to provide them access to high-quality health care. The hospital suffers from financial mismanagement, and it has for some time. I've already begun work on a long-term strategic plan to turn around the hospital's finances, and have already identified several operational and management deficiencies that, once rectified, can go a long way toward ensuring we achieve the goal of everyone here today, and that is to finally turn this hospital around. By the way, I fixed it already. I believe with my extensive experience in finance and management, I can ensure Newmick is a place that every Nassau resident can be proud of. I believe in transparency. I believe in harnessing innovation. I believe in cultivating the best talent. And I believe most of all in the people of Newmick that I've already had the pleasure of meeting. And I believe in their capacity to take our shared vision for this hospital and carry it forward. I look forward to working with Dr. Booten and my fellow board members to create a financially sound, leading-edge, and thriving medical center. My parents instilled in me an important work ethic. But more importantly, they instilled in me compassion for my fellow man. I've been personally involved in philanthropy, quietly, for many years. But as you may know, this is the first time I've chosen to serve the public in this way. Some people get involved in public service because they want to be someone. Others do it because they want to do something. I assure you I view this not only as a public trust, but as a personal mission. And I will work day and night to save the hospital. Now, I know my passion for problem solving for this mission has gotten some attention of late. Thanks to a poor choice of words on my part, they regrettably created some misunderstanding, and I'm sorry for that. It may surprise you, but I'm not a trained public speaker. Actually, I feel like I'm doing pretty well right now. I am, however, absolutely committed to ensuring that Newmick is known for diversity, including and as a place for every member of the community. That's what's in my heart. It's who I am. It's who I've always been. I don't need to do this job. I want to do it for the community. A hospital is a place where hard work, dedication, and human compassion combine in ways that serve to inspire us. I believe that my expertise and the help of my expertise and the help of many others will ensure that a nurse can go home after a long shift with the peace of mind that she'll have a job at Newmick. That the patient from Hempstead who comes into the emergency room will feel cared for and comforted. That the first responder will know this county will remember their sacrifice and appreciate it. That the mother will have confidence her child is in the best possible hands. And all of us will know the reward of having done God's work by doing our part to make this all happen. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bruderman. Any questions? Yes. Okay, Minority Leader Abrahams.
How are you, Mr. Bruderman?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. Good to hear. It's our fiduciary responsibility to ensure that the hospital, for multiple reasons, that provides patient care to our residents, that basically many of our residents also, through the county budget, have a debt that is paid by our county residents. So it's in our fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we appoint members to the body that are going to ensure the best interests of the people of Nassau County. So our questioning today, I'm not too sure if the majority has questions, but our questioning today is not deemed to be seen as personal or vindictive or trying to put you in a tough spot. But I do want to clear up the record on a couple things you just said.
Sure.
But before I do so, I will say that you have quite the crowd today. I've never seen a crowd for one item today.
I thought it was a little light.
Many of the faces I see, I'm curious because I'm not too sure of their role with the hospital that are county workers, but that's okay. I'm not too sure if they were asked to be here or they're friends to you personally or anything along those lines. Or
I
they
think
took the
people
day
care
off.
about the county.
I'm sorry? I think everyone in this room cares about the county,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Ruderman, but I think what the point is, if they're being paid as county workers today, the responsible thing to do would be to take the day off. Wouldn't you agree?
I think we should arrest them all.
We're going to get off to a very good start.
Yeah, we are.
So you had mentioned that you felt that there was some level of politics that was played into this process in regards to the state legislation that was filed.
Yes, sir.
So I took a look at the bill, and as funny things would happen, the bill was introduced on February 18th. I don't know if you're aware of that.
I was not.
The bill was filed on February 18th. The Newsday story that announces your pick, the county executive's pick, to you to head the NUMIC board was on March 6th. So how do you reconcile some type of vindictive thing by the state legislators? They filed their bill before they knew about your pick.
I don't have to reconcile it. What it could be, as long as you're opening up the door, which everybody told me don't talk about, which is just like at Thanksgiving dinner, don't talk about politics, religion, and certainly not race, particularly if you're white. But I'm going to touch all those for you today. And what I would say is that the county and the state were both Democratic-led. So they didn't know that I would come in there and yank back the curtain and expose everything and embarrass people. So maybe they didn't know it was specifically me, but maybe they were more concerned about who a great man, Bruce Blakeman, was going to bring to the table. And so they were just seizing control because the county gets to appoint the chairman, even though the state has more votes. And so, yeah, what do I think? I mean, you're asking my opinion only. And my opinion would be that, well, they lost control of the county and they want to keep people out of there because it might be embarrassing what they find. So it maybe wasn't me. Maybe I'm flattering myself. So I just still think it was political. I think they're really pissed now that it's me, though, because as you can tell, I'm not afraid of a fight.
Well, I don't think it was either. Actually, I don't think it was political. I think the hospital, as you probably well noted, the hospital has been rooted in levels of patronage and deception that is going on throughout the management for years, for decades, quite frankly.
Decades.
It is carried over through multiple county executives, Democrat and Republicans alike.
Mm-hmm.
And from that matter, we are now at a point where we have a fiduciary responsibility where the state feels that they need to do something more serious to address the matter.
Because they did such a bad job before?
Mr.
Like
Bruderman,
what?
I haven't
Sorry.
cut you off.
Sorry.
So I'll let you speak. That being said, I think they decided to introduce this bill. I don't think it has anything to do with you.
That's great. That's fine.
Quite
We can
frankly,
move on.
well, it's evident that it doesn't because if the bill was introduced on the 18th, they didn't learn about your pick until March 6th. But that's beside the point. You had also mentioned that you are a healthcare investor and owner of a healthcare firm. I would like you to elaborate on that because I would like to understand how those relationships would continue at those particular entities or those particular practices while you are chairman of the NUMIC Hospital, which is also a healthcare facility.
I right now am not working, do not do transactions as an advisor generally anymore. I wouldn't undertake one except for free on behalf of the hospital because I think you could buy up a lot of nice things and put them in that wonderful physical plant. So I'd be your free investment banker. As it relates to the holdings that I have in healthcare, we own one company right now, which would be fully disclosed, only one. I have no management role in it whatsoever. And if it came anywhere near NUMIC, of course, unlike other people that I've already found on the board, I'd fully disclose it. But I don't anticipate we would do any business with NUMIC. The facility we have now does outsourced, basically it's an outsourced sleep apnea testing and diagnosis for hospitals. Doesn't do it for NUMIC, and I don't think we need to. And if we did, I'd obviously disclose it.
What's the name?
I'd rather not say. It's out there on the internet, but I don't want to drag company names either that I own or that I have owned or anything else into this fire pit that people have created in the media.
So do you plan to disclose it?
Anyone can go and research it. It's out on the internet, but I'm not. Let me just be clear about something, too.
But Mr. Brewer, from an ethical standpoint, don't
Yeah.
you feel it's...
I'm putting it on my disclosure.
That's what I'm saying. So you plan to
Oh,
disclose
of
it?
course, on my
Okay.
disclosure schedule, there's a oath that you take. There's bylaws that I read. I don't know if anyone else did, but I can tell you before the first day, in fact, when I sat down with county executive, I think he and the deputy executive were impressed that I probably knew more than anyone else knew in the whole hospital before I got the job. So I'm very aware of the bylaws and the disclosure obligations, and of course they'd be adhered to.
Well, we would just, I mean, we'll speak to council, but we would need you to disclose it. I mean, it's important to be disclosed. I mean, you're going to serve in a capacity where...
I'm saying it would be disclosed.
Okay, so then we're good. We're good. So...
By the way, I just wanted to point one other thing out before we get into the, the questions that, again, I was advised to be very limited in scope because they're concerned that, again, people can only use what I say against me. Already they've said, Matt said blah, 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 ... and then they put something else. But I wanted to come in here fearlessly, but I wanted everyone to know why. I didn't come in here to answer questions openly and truthfully, fully, knowing that people have a character assassination attempt here, and they're telling me that they've got a witch hunt, and they're going to punish me, and they're going to twist everything around, which they've already done. But so I wanted to take this opportunity to say, this month is actually a very special month. Today, I think, is the first day of Ramadan. Passover begins soon, and I'm Christian, and Easter is this month as well. So what I wanted to come here and say is, in my religion, Jesus, they say, was tortured, carried his cross, and then was hung on it. And so I want everybody to know here that I'm not here today as a guy that doesn't need to be here taking the abuse because I'm ignorant or stupid. I'm here because I look at this as carrying my cross. So whatever you do or you say or twist, I don't care, because Jesus carried his cross, and I'm here to carry mine. And all I want to spread, especially in light of this special month, is love. And so I'm going to tell you everything, and I'm going to tell you the truth. And if people want to use it against me and harm me, that's okay. I get to carry my own little tiny cross. But go ahead.
Mr. Bruder, I have to tell you, no one's here to harm you.
That's not what the papers say.
I didn't even know who you were before March 6th, to be honest.
Nobody
so
did.
From that standpoint, I'm taking no interest. Everything that we might have commented on is in response to something that you said.
Sure, no, but I'm just saying that I was warned that if I say too much, they're going to take those words and clip them together and put really bad stuff out there. So I'm supposed to, my advisors who are trying to protect me from myself want me to be closed-lipped. But I'm not, because I feel like there's things that have to be said to protect the community that I care about and to protect that hospital. So I'm going to take the hits so that way hopefully people can have jobs and people are held accountable and that community has health care. So I'm going to answer openly and freely because I don't want people to think that I'm hiding or not being clear. I'm not going to try to protect myself, which I should. I'm going to be selfless, and I'm going to answer fully. And just when everything's twisted up in the papers later, I just want everyone to know that cares that the truth is what we're saying here today, and they know my heart. But again, I'm just not going to listen to my advisors and be short-winded and don't talk about race, religion, or this or that, and I'm going to answer fully. So go ahead.
Okay. Well, I hope that you're going to answer fully and honestly. We appreciate that. So I do want to dive into a little bit of your, so if what I could understand from your bio, I never got an actual resume, but I did get your bio in terms of your financial interests and your investment firm, and it's been headed up and has been transcended down through family and generations and done a good job with that. But your comment in regards to the board, at your financial firm, do you build consensus? When
Sure.
you're looking to do investments, do you build consensus?
Of course.
Is if the consensus could not be met, how do you figure your way out through that?
I was going to mow everybody down with my lawnmower.
So you see where I'm going with
Yeah, I'm helping
so
you.
what I'm trying to say is, why would you not apply the same consensus building that you built? Such a great firm. I mean, if I saw in your bio, it's been around since 1879.
That's right. And you know what? On my mom's side, we came here before there was a country. Sorry, go ahead.
There's a proper decor here.
I'm trying. This is my first
I try
rodeo.
not to cut you off. You try not to cut me off. We'll go right really well.
It's my first rodeo. No disrespect, man.
No. So what I'm trying to understand is if something that is built, quite frankly, over a century and a half.
We don't have to talk all about my family. I think you can get to your point of getting a consensus. Is that what you want to know?
So we're
Oh, sorry.
Ms. Berman, I appreciate you not cutting me off. That being said, if something that is built over the last century and a half, such a strong financial background, and it was built off consensus, as you just said, why would you say in your first days as being appointed to the board, why would you say, if you're not with me, you're on my other side, I'm going to mow you down? That doesn't seem like a comment that you would make coming from your background where consensus has worked for over a century and a half versus being there for 3 days.
I'm so glad you asked me.
Great.
Is it
I
my
look forward to
turn?
your answer.
Is it my turn? Okay.
Sure, Mr. Bruton. It's your turn.
So first of all, what you're doing is quoting, and unfortunately most people, they only read the headlines. Did you listen to the entire, both the open and the executive
It
session?
wasn't provided to us.
Oh, so you don't have
So we're
that.
asking.
So I said a lot of great stuff in there. And guess what else I did? I met with the former chairman. And I'll show you like how I entered into this. I met with the former chairman, sent me an email. Actually said, hey, I would like to meet with you and help create a smooth transition. Wow, wonderful. So I met with him. I talked to him. I met with Dr. Booten, my first day. And 5 minutes after that meeting, I'm in possession of texts or emails or whatever that are mixed up somehow with the press. I don't know why he's talking to the press. But we're in possession of texts and emails doing the exact opposite. So if you want, go ahead and you want to do your job, go get the information, listen to it, and look at what the chairman, former chairman, sent me something saying, I want to create a smooth transition. That was your chairman. And then what he did is he went to frustrate it completely. Not just not help with the transition, but he frustrated it completely. And so then I asked for a meeting with him, and we sat down. And I said to him, I said, look, I don't mess around. If you lie to me once, you'll lie to me always. Everything that you've done now, today, is forgiven. There's more Democratic appointees here than me. And I'm supposedly a Republican, which I'm not. I'm a fiscal conservative with a bleeding heart with my own time and money. So I have a passion for this. So I think the outcome should be the same because in my heart, I'm a bleeding liberal. So all of those social agendas of the Democratic Party, I am vicious defender of. Because I'm not a politician. I don't have to play both sides. Nobody has to vote for me. So I sat down with him and said, look, let's put it behind us. Let's work together. And as the general counsel of the hospital will tell you, and Dr. Booten will tell you, because they were there. By the way, I also like to have meetings with other people in the room. And not only did I encourage him to work with me, but I also asked him to be my vice chairman. I also told him that because I'm a busy man with a beautiful, lovely family, that I don't want to be here for 5 years. I told Bruce, and Bruce will tell you too. He said, yeah, I'll sign up for 5 years, but I'm out of here in less than 1 because I'm going to come in hot. I'm going to fix this place up. I'm not going to make any friends. I said, maybe when they talk to me about it, maybe I'll sit on the board, but somebody else has to be chairman. And again, one of the things on my agenda is actually fixing the board because that place will never thrive if you don't fix how it works. So I started with the chairman privately. I did what I said. He lied, period. There's no other way to say it. He lied. He went to completely frustrate, not create a smooth transition. And if you read the hearing, the original hearing, before people riled me up because of my passion for the community, before they riled me up, I said, look, I'm going to be, and this is where things get manipulated. I said, look, we can fight about my appointment, but the fact is that County Executive Blakeman said, I'm chairman, and if it's not in this seat, which, by the way, I didn't care. I didn't even know, but I think there was like some balance of what people thought were Republicans versus Democrats. I didn't care because I do get consensus one way or another. So for me coming in, I said to the board, if people would actually listen to what I say, I'm sure, again, they're going to take nippets here and make it say that I said that like the planet's flat. But, you know, when we were there, I opened up and said, look, we can fight over what seat I'm in. But if the county executive said he's putting me in another seat anyway, which is why we're here today, he's good to his word, why are we going to waste our time? Let the courts rage. Let's just do that. But, like, let's get down to why don't we put our efforts into the business of the hospital and not fight over this? And then I had, like, barrages of lunatics, which I don't mind saying, because even lunatics are either going to agree with what I propose or they're going to look foolish and divisive and destructive, because I only propose things that are freaking smart, that are freaking good, that are right. So you can be a total jackass on the board, and if you go and say, no, I'm voting against it, I'm going to call you out and ask you why. And if your answer is because I don't like you, it's not going to hold water. So yeah, so I get things done one way or the other. And when I start off and ask for people's cooperation and care, I even said, let's not make this about yourselves, your political career, wherever you're here. Put that aside for the people. Be selfless, not selfish. And you know what they did? Dove right into like, you can't even vote, you can't be here, blah, 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 like idiot children. So, yeah, if everybody, by the way, because I am a good Christian and I forgive, if everybody wants to show up on Monday and say, let's get down to fixing it, I'll tell you like I told them. They can have all the credit. And I'm out of here. The faster we fix it, the faster you're rid of me. So, yeah, I know how to get things done, and I assure you I will. I mean, if we want to talk about the hospital instead of this stuff, I'll tell you everything right now. By the way, keep in mind, I only went to the hospital once. Once. And I can talk to you about any part of that hospital, why it's broken, and I have a plan to fix it, sitting here today. And in fact, what no one wrote was that the hospital has, actually, I take it back. Newsday wrote, okay, I quote Newsday. Check it out. Newsday wrote that in 2020, the hospital had an operating deficit of $20 million. You can put me under oath if you'd like, but in the very first day, I found $22.5 million roughly. So that wasn't billed, wasn't collected. And at my press conference that no one covered, the part where Bruce Blakeman, county executive, brought me a check for nearly $13 million for a hospital that had a $20 million operating budget. By the way, do you know the only reason why I can say 2020? Because when I walked in the door, I was shocked that a hospital system this big, their most recent financial information was from November of 2021. November. It's April. How do you operate a company like that? How do you operate a business like that? That's negligent. That's ridiculous. So, yeah, it can be fixed. And again, I'd love to talk about those things. And I could tell you where it was. So, and this will let you know how I operate and how smart I am and how I know what I'm doing. Frankly, it's easy. It's so easy to fix the hospital because you couldn't try harder to screw it up. So the first day, I walk in and I say, all right, give me financials. We don't have any. All right, give me the budget. How do you have a budget with no financials? We don't have a budget either. I said, can you bring the CFO in? We don't have a CFO. I'm like, this is a joke. Are you kidding me? How big is this institution? What are my revenue streams? How do we make money? Tell me about like the ER, the procedures. We have this, we have that. We have a nursing home. Oh yeah, we also have a contract with the prison system. It's my first day. Okay, so how much is this? How much is that? How much is this? Because they still had some finance people there, could answer some questions. They didn't have oversight, by the way, which is why there was an arrest last week from someone in the finance department. How do you have an arrest in the finance department? Because you have no checks and balances. No one's got a budget. No one knows where the money is or where it's supposed to be. So how easy is it to steal $120 million, embezzle $120 million? Really easy. I have no boss. There's no CFO. They have no budget. So sure, you can wire money out of here. So again, I see why people are really upset about me walking in the door. So by the way, keep in mind too, it's my first day. So it goes like this. Oh, we were not sure. There's a contract with the prison. I said, all right, can someone go find out? Hour later, whatever it was. What? So by the time I peeled the onion, what I found is that, and I got excuses like, and by the way, Curran couldn't have fixed this either. No one could have until someone really came in and grabbed the reins. But they tell me, oh, like Curran didn't sign something and she was going to renegotiate, whatever it was. And I'm like, all right, just give me the numbers. So it was, and again, because they threw me out the next day, I never went back. What in my recollection, which I'll clarify and I'll finish my job when you let me back in, my recollection was on a rolling 12 months. In other words, not just in 21, but between the time they stopped paying in 21 till about today, it was about $22.5 million. Which is why Bruce and his guys were able to run the numbers and brought me a check at the press conference for $12.78 million, which was probably through like the end of 21. So, again, like, what does that say? I walked in the door, I asked good questions, I got horrible answers. I'll tell you some of the other things that I asked. I said, I'm coming in here as the new chairman. And in a hospital, a lot of hospitals survive based on contributions from the community, people that make financial gifts. So I wanted to know, coming in as chairman, when there's something like a hospital that has a philanthropic side to it, it's common knowledge. The common term is give, get, or get off. Is everybody? So anyway, look, I came in. No one had donated any money for the last 2 years to the hospital. Not one board member. And I could be wrong, but that's what I could find. So not one board member gave $1 in the last 2 years. So I was trying to triangulate, like, how much should I be giving? If I'm going to be chairman, I probably should make a donation. I also started asking for things like their conflict of interest forms, because coming in, I did my homework. I read the bylaws, and I read what was expected of me and what my duties and responsibilities are, which made me think, hey, everybody's talking about corruption. Let me pull their conflict of interest forms. The only couple that I got before I left had nothing written down, which will be very interesting as we continue our work. So, look, I kind of ran on there and everything, but go ahead.
You said a lot, Mr. Bruderman. I'm not too sure where you were going with everything.
I was going with the hospital is a disaster, and I'm showing you how much I learned and how good I am at fixing it.
Mr. Bruderman, that wasn't my question.
Oh, what was your question?
You've invoked a couple times that you're a Christian.
Yes,
I am
sir.
too.
Good. God bless
And
you.
The Christianity that I follow, I don't think I would say and stand by it. If you want to get on this other side of me, I'm going to mow you down. That doesn't sound like a very Christian remark. Now, normally we generally don't bring up religion when we discuss government. But that being said, you brought it up.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't seem like a very Christian remark.
Can I answer
You
that?
started out this thing by saying you're not going to make it personal, and you just did.
Hold on, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, you can answer, all right, but you said you're not going to make it personal.
It's not personal.
First thing is, you're talking about his faith.
No,
You went right to his faith.
I'm bringing up in his faith that the Christianity that I follow, I'm a Christian as well. And the Christianity that I follow, and the
what does that
Christianity
have to do with him running the hospital? If this is not personal?
Mr. Presiding Officer, he brought that up. I
Well,
never brought up
there's no reason for you to talk about his faith. You said you weren't going to make it personal.
Presiding Officer,
Don't make it personal.
Presiding Officer,
I never brought up his faith. He chose to bring that
He
up.
chose to bring it up. You don't have to ask questions about his faith or make points
So
about his
now,
faith.
so now,
Or
Mr.
question
now
my
I see
faith.
the sideshow that's getting ready to begin
no.
here because we're trying to
Yeah, let's
deviate
stay
from
on
the
point.
fact
That's
that
okay.
Mr. Bruderman-
No, we're going to keep you away from going personal.
No. We're trying to create a sideshow, which I'm sure that we're trying to create this enamor that we don't want to focus on Mr. Bruderman. We're going to try to create an assassination of what I'm asking. The
No.
bottom line is, if we don't want to bring it, if you don't want to talk about it, don't bring it up.
Okay.
I was never going to bring up Christianity or religion or anything along those lines until Mr. Bruderman brought it up, Mr. Presiding Officer. So if you want to restrict what I'm going to ask, restrict what he's going to say. That's where it comes
All right,
from.
I have a
am
quick
going
answer.
to restrict, if it gets personal. I did this while Republicans questioned Democratic witnesses, the previous administration. I'm going to do it here. If you get personal, it's not going to happen.
All right, but I'd like to answer the question anyway.
Well, I wasn't even done answering my
There's a
question.
problem with the question. I'd like to tell you about it.
You're going to tell me what's wrong with my question?
No, I want to address it. I want to
understand.
answer it.
I understand. Go ahead.
So again, if you're taking a quote out of a newspaper or somewhere else, you said you didn't read the entire transcript or
So
listen
you
to the whole
didn't say
thing.
it.
No. Can I finish?
So tell me. No,
Just want to
Mr.
answer. No,
Mr.
don't.
Bruderman,
You
I
want to
let
answer the question?
I let you finish before when I asked you.
You asked me about why I would say such a thing
Mr.
if I'm a
Bruderman, I
Catholic
asked you
or
a very
Christian.
direct question before.
I'm answering
and then-
it.
Can I finish? I asked you a very direct question before, and then you went on for 5 minutes explaining a whole bunch of other things, which we plan to ask you about in terms of what's wrong with the hospital. But you went into a whole bunch of other things. So the
Well, but
bottom
I was
line is-
trying to explain like getting a consensus, and there's different ways that you get there.
Okay, well, we need to understand. So you're saying either you said this or you didn't say it, and if you did say it, is this the best practice on a very diverse board of people that make up all different backgrounds and experiences and qualifications? Is this the best way to get consensus? That's what I asked you. And then you gave me a whole long-winded answer about a whole bunch of other stuff, which is your prerogative. You're here. You're giving your testimony. You're capable of doing that. But that being said, that doesn't get us to where we want to go. The bottom line is where we want to go. We want a hospital that functions, that is good for our patients, that's good for our residents, and good for our employees, good for our workers. That's what we want. I want to get into asking you about the service lines at the hospital. I want to get into asking you about Medicaid Part C.
You asked me a
I want
question.
to ask you all those things in terms of how you
I want to answer
it and your understanding of that. But I can't get to that if
just
I
trying
can't
to
even
answer
get a
your
straight
question.
answer out of you in regards to your mow down comment.
I'm trying to answer it. Can I answer it?
Are you going to answer it directly, please? Can you answer it directly?
Do you want to answer it for me, or can I answer it?
No, I'm asking you, Mr. Bruderman, without elaborating on a whole bunch of stuff that we didn't ask you. Can you answer this question directly?
I promised myself I would come with love today. So if you need a hug, I'll give you one. And I love you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruderman.
And I'll love you after. No matter what you do to me,
I
you,
love the residents
you
of
can
Nassau
kick me
County.
down,
I love the residents
and
of
I'll
Nassau
still love
County,
you.
Mr. Bruderman. Thank you. But if you can answer my question,
you.
I appreciate it.
If I may. So what you're quoting, and it's not your fault, was a portion out of context. And yes, I had a poor choice of words because I'm a funny guy, and I'm a little bit of a maverick, and it was a slang term. Again, the people, frankly, that were there were acting like such lunatics that I felt like I had to step down to their level, which my wife yelled at me for. But I lost my cool. And the reason I lost my cool is because I love a community in particular. I love people and want to help people. When you get to a place in life, you can afford to just do good stuff. I don't know about other people, but for me, I don't go to bed at night saying, hey, I got more money. I go to bed at night being like, I made an impact. I made their lives better. I helped them. I get high on it. I love it. And so I'm impassioned about the urban crisis. Not black people or Hispanic people or white people or this purple person or whatever. It's people in need, poor people, that didn't maybe have the opportunities that I had. So I want to give back. I want to help them. I want to uplift every person on the planet. I want to take away every person's suffering. and I do in my own way, quietly. And in this case, I want to answer your question.
Yep.
I used that language incorrectly because I stepped down to a level that I never thought I would be at.
So you misspoke.
No, but what I said was, I used the wrong terms, but what I meant was I would not relent, and I would push aside and push through resistance. For the punchline of that mow down was, I will mow anyone down that impedes the progress of fixing this hospital. I will mow down anyone that is not going to protect this community and leave these jobs and these people physically at risk. And that's what I was willing to mow people down for. And by the way, I'll go get my lawnmower and run them over if you'd like. But I just meant it in a different way. And it was for the people, not for me. Again, Newsday wrote, you brought the topic up. Newsday wrote, Matthew Bruderman, mow down whatever. By the way, I learned something. You can teach me a trick. ... I will be chairman. You think I need this frickin' job? Come to my house. In fact, I invite you to. Because you know what? I want to fill you with my love. And I want you to feel my love. And I want to work with you. I want to work with everybody to fix this community. So yeah, I said I would mow people down that got in the way of fixing the hospital. But it was poor choice of words.
We're not here to chastise you over your comment. I just want to make sure I understand your comment, because your comment, in my opinion, is in conflict of your past practices of running a very successful financial firm.
There's different ways to do it, sometimes with force.
No, okay, I understand.
Sometimes we use force in business, believe it or not.
Yeah, but you answered my question when I asked you earlier, have you built consensus in building a firm?
I have, yes.
That has developed 150, not a lot of things exist for 150 years, that's not successful.
My 8-great-grandfather came here 150 years before it was a nation, and my great-grandfathers fought in the Revolutionary War, fought in the Civil War for the North, and my grandfather died serving in World War II. And I'm here just like they served, I'm serving. So keep it coming.
Thank your forefathers for their service.
Thank you.
And so what I said before is that that consensus that has been built doesn't transcend to what your comments were. We just want to
No, I disagree, but okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, you could disagree, but obviously, even your comments just now.
I fixed the hospital the first day. Why are we still even talking about it?
So why are we even here?
I don't know. Give me the keys and I'll fix it.
Oh, you will fix it?
No, it's done. I found $22.5 million, but someone's got to shake down Blakeman for the other $10 million.
And how do you plan to fix the...
I gave him a lot of money. Did you see that in the papers? He's going to listen.
So I understand what you're saying, but there are structural problems, which we'll get into.
I do love you, by the way.
There's structural deficit issues, as well as there are one-shots, which you may be looking at too as well.
No, I'll talk about all of them. I'll tell you exactly how to fix it right now.
Yeah, so
don't forget I was there for a day.
I got it.
It's pretty damn good.
One day, I got it. So from that standpoint, I want to get into the next level of, before we could even get into your ideas, this body, this legislative body, actually, we hold things in terms of character to a very high standard.
Me too.
And not saying that we are coming to conclusions on your character based off of Newsday comments, but we have to ask the very difficult questions in regards to your character, in regards to those comments. And I could tell you, your comment in regards to good racism, I don't think I've ever seen that in my 20 years of office.
Me neither.
I would like, so you never said it?
I totally said it.
Oh, so I'm not too sure. Why would you say me neither?
No, I can't believe I said it, and I didn't even know what the hell I was saying, and I didn't realize how much of a situation it created. I'd love to explain it if you'd like.
Yeah, what do you mean by good racism? I'm just curious. What does that mean to you?
Okay, so again, I'm not a good public speaker. I feel myself actually getting better as I do this. I'm not a good public speaker. And it was a storm of, again, like guys like me aren't in those situations. It was like I don't want to say it, but I will, shit show. And so I was like grasping at words and trying to make a point. And what I meant by good racism was I thought that racism meant making a decision or treating someone differently based on race. And so to me, and by the way, I Googled it. The current version isn't that, so that was a bad. Racism is a negative connotation, and I didn't mean anything harmful or negative by saying that. Again, I was like under fire in a disastrous situation. I'm trying actually to defend Dr. Booten, and is how I stepped on that electrical wire. And so what I meant by good racism was you could make decisions based on race for a good reason, and I'll give you one. So,
you're trying to explain.
Wait, let him finish.
Can I finish?
I mean,
I'm explaining good racism. I want to say how.
Your clarification is almost as offensive as the comment that racism.
So why don't you let me finish again? No one wants to hear what I have to say. They just want the piece they want to shoot me with.
Let's go down this
We
path.
can get the cross. I'll climb up on it.
No, let's go down this path.
Let him, Mr. Prudman.
All right, could I
go ahead
please-
and answer.
Let's go down this path.
Could I please answer?
Let's go.
Go ahead and answer.
Go ahead and answer.
So to me, I used the wrong word, and I didn't mean to say anything that was harmful or disrespectful or negative. What I was trying to say is that people can make decisions based on race for good reasons and obviously bad reasons. And in my head, the bad reasons are discrimination and a lot of other terrible things. But in a good sense, that you might make a decision based on race is like what President Biden did in appointing a Miss Brown Jackson, the first black female justice. And so what I was trying to say is that, you know, there are reasons, which I would love to expand upon, reasons for making decisions based on race that can be good or bad. And so...
So,
go ahead.
Sir,
Would you stop?
please.
Hold on.
No, go ahead, go ahead. I'll be fine.
Mr. Prudman, are you trying to...
Your microphone is off. Your microphone is off.
Oh, sorry. Presiding officer, are you trying to parallel...
Your microphone is off.
Here's how this is going to work. Are you turning it off?
I am. Here's how this is going to work.
No. This is how it's going to work.
No, you're not interrupting.
You're not going to stand up to those comments.
You're not.
He's going to create a parallel between Judge Jackson and the appointment of the president to good racism.
You have
No,
two sets.
no.
Mr. Bruderman, you have two sets of standards. Did you notice earlier when you started to interrupt one of his questions how affronted he got? Oh my goodness, you can't interrupt me. I'm the deputy. I'm the minority leader. I'm Kevon Abrahams.
I didn't say.
Now, you say something, and you're explaining your answer, and he won't let you finish.
Because
He wants only the part that sounds racist.
How this is going to work?
There is a
Look,
decorum.
I have the chair. This is not how this is going to work.
So we're just going to allow.
You're going to ask him a question.
Presiding officer.
He's going to finish.
Presiding officer, you're trying to tell me that then anything that anyone could say from that floor, we're going to accept and allow them to finish?
You're going to let him
Especially
Yeah.
when they say something that's offensive.
We're going
as
to
what
let
they just
him
Oh
said.
my God.
Every other person
He's
that
going to
comes before
continue.
this body.
Oh, so you could pretty much say anything disparaging about anyone.
There's nothing disparaging. What? Hold on, you're making an assumption here.
Oh, now we're going to
We
do that.
have heard.
Hold on,
some-
can I finish?
Mr. Bruderman, we've heard some pretty noxious stuff coming from that podium about us. About us, and they never said a word.
No, but I have the answer. Hold on, gentlemen. We need love. We need love. We need love.
This is how this is going to work.
We need love.
Mr. Presiding Officer, you're wrong.
You guys are nuts.
And I'm looking at my colleague, legislator Howard Coppell, on this. When someone made a very offensive comment.
This sounds, well, one time. Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
how
one
many
time.
times?
When have you done it?
How many times?
You haven't done it once. You haven't done it once.
I've done it multiple times with the current
I haven't done it once.
Here's the story.
I haven't done it once. The bottom line.
You don't have the floor. I am the chair. I have the floor. You don't have the floor. This is how this works. You ask questions. He answers the questions. He gets his full and fair opportunity to answer. You can ask your next question. You're not going to interrupt him. It doesn't work that way here. Now go ahead.
Presiding officer.
Go ahead. Continue with your questions.
We're not going to accept. We're not going to accept that you're going to try to dictate to us what we should hear and what should be allowed to hear.
That's the way democracy works, my friend.
No. Democracy allows give and take.
This way.
It does not allow it to be dictated to.
This is how democracy works.
You are dictating to us what we should be deemed as offensive. That's what you're dictating to us.
So let me continue to explain myself.
When the majority of the legislature chooses a chair, this is all democracy, the chair has the right to dictate the quorum in the chambers.
And I have a right. And I have a right to basically.
You have a right to ask questions. You don't have a right to interrupt witnesses.
No,
I'm going to stop you.
Presiding officer, we all have the right.
You don't have a right to interrupt witnesses.
Presiding officer, we all have the right. When this legislature is disrespected by saying something as offensive as Mr. Brewer just said.
He did not disrespect the legislature. It's ridiculous.
Yes, he has.
Mr. Abrams,
Hear what he said.
Mr. Abrams, put aside, listen, go with love. Put aside your own agenda, Mr. Abrams.
To make between.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Wait, no, wait. Before you finish, Mr. Bruderman, here's how it works. Legislators are going to ask you questions. You have a right to finish what you're saying.
I very much appreciate that.
When they interrupt you, I'm going to stop them.
Thank you, sir.
It could be them, it could be our side. It doesn't matter.
Thank you. That's your role.
Let's be clear from the outset. You're going to interrupt me because you're trying to push through your candidate choice.
No, he wants me to finish what you asked me.
You do not want to do anything that's going to disparage.
You're trying to make me look like a racist. Can I tell you why I even went there? You don't care? You don't care that I love everybody? You don't want me to explain why I said it?
Atmosphere for the person that you want to vote for.
I was protecting Dr. Booten. Do you want to know what I was doing? Do you know why I went there?
Mr. Bruderman, let me say this. The bottom line is very clear.
Yeah, whatever you want to say is very clear.
There is no universe where good racism is seen as a positive thing.
I got it. Done. I agree. I got it. I agree. What else? I agree. You are right. I started saying I Googled the definition after, and I realized I was a jackass for saying it. I didn't know what it meant. I Googled it. I told you what I was thinking, not my words. Judge me on my actions, not my words.
We're glad that you have that epiphany now. But the
yes.
bottom line is you want to run a hospital that serves in a very diverse county, and you didn't even know the proper definition of racism. How can you serve in that capacity?
Can I explain myself and finish my answer?
No, sir. I don't. No, sir. I will not allow it.
There you go.
You're trying to paint me being a racist. Like, what is this?
I just struck a nerve.
You don't want him to explain.
Because we just struck a nerve. How can he serve in the capacity as appointee to the hospital?
I said I thought racism meant making a decision about someone. Hold on. No. I want to read something from Dr. Martin Luther King, Mr. Abraham. Can I read something that Dr. Luther King said?
You want to be able to serve in a capacity.
You just want to call me a racist. Get the cross out. Go ahead. Ask Ricky. Why don't we bring up Ricky? Don't ask me about me. Why don't you ask Ricky and John about me? Why don't you let me finish? Why are you torturing me like this and making me sound like a racist?
Mr. Broderman, no one's saying that you.
I said I'm bringing love. You're bringing darts. Shoot me. Shoot me. I'll take all the darts for the community. I love the community. What have you done for the African American community yourself? Huh? What have you done? Huh? Yes. Stop it right now. It's wrong. You're being divisive. You're creating racism, and you're wrong. And I don't care if you're African American. You're doing the wrong thing. I'm bringing love. I want to uplift that community, and you want to push me out. I have a lot of power and goodness to bring, and you're not chasing me away. I am not a racist. And I want to read what Dr. Martin Luther King said.
I have a problem with the fact that you're muting my mic, but you're not muting his.
I can't.
Dr. Martin Luther King said, Dr. Martin Luther King said, I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
Mr. Bruderman,
we're not going to allow you to invoke Martin Luther.
Really? Why? Because I'm white?
We're calling a recess.
We're not going to let you get away with something that you said. Good racism is like saying good cancer. The good tumor. You can't get away with it.
I remember way back when we started, we got to make this personal.
There's good cancer now? Really? Yeah.
Wait, folks, you're not on the record.
I'm thinking about not voting for you. That's what I'm thinking about.
We're going into a recess. Mr. Bruderman. The administration. Mr. Bruderman, we're calling a recess. Would you stop talking, please? I can't cut off your microphone, but I would.
Can I say something?
Right, we need to calm this thing down. It doesn't work this way, all right? This is ridiculous. He can't get down a word you're saying. You are talking at the same time. It's ridiculous. You know, people are watching. This is, you know, it's a joke. You can't talk at the same time. You can't talk over each other. We're calling a recess. We're coming back. This is how it works. Legislators ask questions. You answer. You don't interrupt them. They don't interrupt you. We're in recess.
Can I ask that anyone who's getting paid by the county go back to work today?
Maybe you should go back to work.
I think that we should possibly all go back to work if you're here and you did not take a day off. We have Parks Department, we have Tifa Judge. If you're getting paid, I really think all the doctors and nurses should go back to work.
We're going to go back into session when, please take your seats. Is Mr. Bruderman still in the room?
Chris Lemoyne from the administration. He'll be down momentarily. Just
Okay.
thank you.
All right, we are back in session. Mr. Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Presiding Officer, I'm going to allow for my colleagues to ask questions to Mr. Bruderman, and I'm going to reserve my comments and questions for a later point at that time.
Okay. All right, who from the minority was? Right down the aisle, okay.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
So we have a few mutual associates, let's put it that way. And I want to start off by, first of all, acknowledging that I'm happy that half of the paid employees for Nassau County have returned to do their jobs. I mean, there were people here from Parks, from TIPFA, and that's you say you're a financial conservative, I say I'm a financial conservative. The tens of thousands of dollars that were wasted here in that 1 hour is just the wrong precedent. So if you would join in me in asking anyone else that's on the payroll, we understand your support. He's going to get appointed. I would really love for you to go back to work. It would just make me feel better as a fiduciary responsibility of this county, and I do have the right to say that. I really think it's time. We got your point. I'm glad that you support him. We got it. But I would love for the doctors and nurses especially to go return to our patients. Can you back me up on that?
Yeah, I mean, again, I can't, I don't have any I'm actually not chairman right now, so I can't even
Correct.
tell them what to do.
But as a person, I think as a fiduciary, conservative, financial
Fiscally
person,
responsible
fiscally
person.
responsible, which I really believe I am, I would really appreciate anyone who has not clocked out. We understand you have your support, but we would really appreciate if you went back and served the community.
By the way, to answer your question, to me, as a financial advisor, I think going back to the hospital that's paying them would be a good idea. But personally, they may want to stay here to help ensure that they keep their jobs.
Well,
So
I think that they.
I'm not
that
telling
they-
them what to do, but
I think that their point is made. But, we have doctors and nurses. We had, actually a lot of them left, which I'm very grateful
no,
for.
I think that's good, and I think if they need to get back to work, they
Yeah.
should. Can we talk about the hospital?
Let me just say a couple things,
Sure,
okay?
please.
Again, I know of you, and I respect the business mind. I do. I happen to have a lot of respect for the business world. I think a lot of us were in the private sector before we came here. And there are certain things that the private sector does that we try to bring into the government. But government's a little different because when you're going to run a big department such as the hospital, you're acting on behalf of the county, okay? We're liable for what you say and do. And I get your personality. I get what maybe you might consider humor in your mind. But in this world, we spend so much money on sensitivity training in this county. We just went through 2 years of real changes for the better in so many ways to be sensitive to everyone's feelings. Even calling people, in my opinion, less than professional names that are on the board, it just sets a tone that I'm afraid not only is it the wrong tone socially and, I don't want to get into religion, but morally correct. Well, financially, we could be responsible for your mistakes
Understood.
in choosing the words and choosing the name calling and choosing the tactics, which might be acceptable, which probably shouldn't be, in my opinion, on Wall Street. But when you're working for a public sector, like especially the hospital, you could be sued, and guess who's going to pay for it?
I'll be much more careful about the choice of words
So
now.
great. You know
I
what?
learned a valuable lesson today.
I think that's look. You're going to be appointed. These guys are going to vote for you. It's a done deal. What we want to do is just what you just said. You're going to represent a county that we love. I mean, I used to work in the private sector. We all made more money in the private sector than we do here. It's a love for this county that keeps us going and puts us
No, and thank you all.
in this position. So I want you to, the fact that you just said that is a big movement in my mind, and I appreciate it. I think there might be a little bit more room for improvement there, but it's a step in the right direction. And again, it's not just you now. It's not just you with a whole bunch of money and your
I'm
family
learning
with a whole
that.
bunch of money.
I'm learning that.
That's all great. You were lucky. You picked your parents well, but you are dealing with everyone in our community, and we need to respect everyone.
I'm going to be much more careful about my choice of words. I learned a valuable lesson stepping into this environment.
All right, and I want to tell you one thing, and I'm
Yes.
not bringing up religion in a bad way, but
Go ahead.
pride is a tough thing. I know you're very proud of the accomplishments you've had, and I'm sure monetarily and everything else, it sounds like you love I respect the fact that you have a wonderful family and you're proud. But pride is always the one thing that we got to keep in check sometimes, because
Yes, ma'am.
pride can cause you to say things that you think you're entitled to say, not thinking of the person that is receiving them, and it could be the wrong way. So again, I'm happy to hear you say that. I know you're going to be appointed. We want the hospital to be saved, yes. Financially, yes. There's a lot. We approved the $12 million. And I'll tell you something, Laura Kearns lost the election in November. So the fact that there hasn't been any payments in 4 months is Bruce Blakeman's fault. So,
It's not 4 months.
3 months.
It's more.
But since November.
No, it's not since November.
You just told me
No,
before.
they don't have financial since November, so they have no
Okay.
idea what they're operating because they
So-
don't have any financial
But let's
results.
be clear. It's because there's a change of administration, and it does take a few months. I'm defending. Can you
No,
believe
I'm
this? But-
talking I don't have it in front of me, but from what I understand, it's like 9 months of 2021.
I can't see that being possible. We
Certainly
know,
6.
See, we also approved the jail contract. Like you're a separate entity, but we keep an eye. We keep a close eye. And
Somebody didn't look
reports-
too closely.
Well, we know about the jail contract. We know other people are going to address the other avenues of revenue. But again, you know, when you're criticizing not having a report for 4 months and there's a new administration for 3 of those 4 months, it's really not fair to the new administration. That's all my only point. I want you to take the good of the private sector and use it here. The good is transparency, and the good is keeping an eye on every dollar.
Amen.
I got it. But being sensitive to the fact that if you screw up, we have to pay. And as a legislator, you're making me nervous because I could see dollar signs. And I've seen it before. And
I will make the hospital a lot of money, and I will be very fiscally responsible. And I have a passion for the community that we're talking about, and I'll be much, much more careful. Again, I'm untrained. I don't analyze. You know,
Okay.
I'm going to be much more careful about how I choose my words.
I respect
but I can
that.
tell you that my heart is good and that I really love people, everyone, and I'm trying to do the right thing. So, again, I've asked everybody, judge me on my actions and not my words.
No,
but I'm working on my
that
words.
way.
Like I've learned a valuable lesson of how bad words can distract from good things. So, in trying to get some good things done, I'm going to be super careful. And you'll see.
I grew up in a political family. My father was the last Republican mayor in Glen Cove. And I was told as a kid, you have less rights than anyone else. Because whatever you say is going to represent the government and the family. And you know what? I tell my kids the same thing. You have less rights because I'm connected with the government. Their father's connected with the government. It's even a position you're getting. You think, I'm giving, a great gift to the Nassau County. We're giving you a huge gift if we give this to you because we're giving you our trust in a very important thing.
Yes.
So just respect that and represent it well because one or two of those comments that you make could cost a lot more money than the money you're going to save. It could. I mean, lawsuits are crazy now. And believe me, one payout could wipe out all the good that you're trying to do. So don't let that happen.
I will be very, very careful.
Legislator Bino.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Oh, Mr. Bruderman. I got to tell you, I'm exhausted, and I'm saddened.
I'm sorry.
I'm saddened by the antics that I witnessed here in this chamber this morning. We are sitting here talking about the lifeblood of this county, an institution that serves this county, the greater region, I would say, because even folks from Suffolk come here to Nassau for care at Newmick, one of the best trauma hospitals in the area.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm saddened this morning that we'd be sitting here, and what I saw here this morning, and what I witnessed and heard on that tape, on the digital copy of that public session of the meeting, is troubling to me that you would even be here this morning. You may have done a wonderful work in the places you have served, but I can't imagine that this morning we'd be here after what we all witnessed in that space, in that hospital, when you were in that board meeting. It lacked, to me, it lacked even the concept of having a workspace where there was an environment set for business to take place.
I agree.
It was a place where there was lack of control, decorum. It was a space where workplace violence, you would have failed miserably in that space. Listen, we're all human, and we all have erred in our time. But I'm going to go further then, because not only did I think it was not the right leadership image that we as a body should be voting on today. In that moment, I think what you did when they had the press conference and you came out and you were so angry at the press because you alleged that they twisted your words, that you couldn't handle yourself in a way that allowed you to be representative. I'm speaking.
Oh, sorry.
I'm speaking.
Sorry.
To be representative of somebody who would be in leadership of the hospital. You turned your back on the press. And I argue that morning you turned your back on the good people of Nassau County because you were angry, because you used, and you admitted today, you used the words good racism and bad racism. And I'm going to tell you, I don't think you could, I don't think you could ever, it's clear to me, clear that up for me in a way that I can reconcile to what you said.
I'm sorry about that.
The fact that you now come here in this space and say you looked up the word racism, the definition, you had to look it up?
They change.
No, racism doesn't change. It may change forms.
Definitions.
It may change, no, I'm speaking. It may change forms, but racism doesn't change. It's hate at its core. It doesn't change.
Which I'm against.
I'm speaking. I'm going to ask you to stop speaking over me.
Sorry.
I'm going to ask you.
Sorry.
Because the same rules apparently don't apply when, okay?
No, I'm sorry.
So I'm asking you. All right? The antics that you have displayed in the short span of time leaves me with no doubt that you're not the right man for this time. Not only because I'm concerned about your professionalism, but because I'm concerned about where we are as a country, the divisiveness in this country, and the mere fact that your appointment would create such divisiveness that they would think it good, in good conscience, that they would send down employees of this county to heckle this body as we speak, as we question you, as we vet you, is concerning to me. I think you are not the man for this time. Okay? I don't think you're the man for this institution, or nor for this time. You, Mr. Bruderman, I don't doubt you speak of love and you seem to be humorous, but this is not a time for humor. This wasn't a time to bait the rest of your supporters to make this a sideshow. This was an opportunity to see if maybe it was a lapse of judgment when you made those comments. And I'm going to say right here definitively, it was not a lapse of judgment. It's deep-seated, because even in this space, you couldn't hold yourself together. I don't know how, in good conscience, we could consider you. In my eyes, you have wasted your time coming here today, because you didn't come here with the serious work of with a serious nature of doing the good work and unraveling all of what has occurred from the time you stepped foot in that hospital that one day. That one day has led us here in a space that I'm saddened to be in.
Legislator Szilagyi.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing today?
Hi. Good morning.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Continuing the line of questioning from my colleague, I'm going to ask you serious questions. I'm going to ask you to answer just yes or no. Let's keep this focused, okay?
Okay.
Yes or no, is there such a thing as good racism?
No.
Wait. This is not an interrogation.
No, I'm asking him questions.
Carrie,
I'm entitled to ask him questions.
Yes,
You're not a judge yet. Excuse me.
Wait,
Now,
Carrie,
is there such a thing? Is there such a? Do not interrupt me. Thank you very much.
Hold on. He's allowed to answer it in as many words as he wants. You do not have to say yes or no. This is not a courtroom. You're not being interrogated. Go ahead, Mr.
Excuse
Szilagyi.
me, I'm a lawyer. I can't help it. Who said that? No, who said that? Who said that? Who said that?
Honestly, could we have some like love here and talk about the hospital? Talk
Sir,
about
one second,
productive
sir,
things.
Please. Who said that? Who said it? You're not man enough to say it? You're a coward. You're a coward.
Guys,
All right.
this
Now,
is so
please, I was interrupted. Let me continue. Thank you very much. Is there such a thing as good racism? Yes or no, sir?
I don't think I should be sitting here and we should be talking about divisive things like racism. I think if you want to come and meet me,
Is there such a thing, sir, as
why don't you come have coffee with me?
Is there such a thing as good anti-Semitism?
This is
yes
like
or no?
This is like you guys are putting me on the cross.
So there is good racism.
What, do you want to hear what my heart? What's in my heart? Do you want to hear what I think about racism?
I'm asking you a simple question.
I'm not going to answer any questions about racism. I'm not a racist. I love everyone.
I'm asking you a question.
And I invite everyone that wants to talk about racism to meet me for coffee and spend some time. But this is just divisive.
Islamophobia.
This is very divisive. It's
I'm
terrible.
asking you simple questions, right? You said before that you've learned to ask questions. So I'm asking you a question. Yes or no? Is there such a thing as good racism?
This is shameful. We should
I'm asking you a question.
We should
Questions
do the
are
work.
Not shameful.
You're
placing your own judgment.
We should do the work
yes
of the
or no,
hospital.
Sir? Is there such a thing as good racism?
I didn't come here to get questioned about
you said
racism.
no before. Why don't you just repeat your answer?
I came here to talk about my qualifications
yes
and
or no, sir?
and the
He's
hospital.
not answering the question.
I'm not answering questions about racism.
He's allowed to answer the questions. He's not.
I'm not answering racism questions. I'm not a racist, and I'm not going to have you paint me one.
Racism. Answer the question then.
I'm not answering it.
Okay. So before you could, but now you won't.
Is your name Kari? Is that spelled?
Are you mispronouncing the cultural heritage of my name by mispronouncing my name?
I don't know. I'm asking you how to pronounce your name.
Carrier Salage, okay? I know you're educated enough to say that accent degree on the E. Carrier Salage. Please say
Carrier?
Yes, Carrier Salage.
I'm being respectful and asking you how to pronounce your name.
You mispronounced my name. That's like calling me boy.
Oh my God. This is so wrong.
Come on, Carrier.
You know, my opening statement was that I knew I would be hung here. I knew people would want to put me on the cross.
If you cannot pronounce that, then how could you be?
Here I carry my cross. Here I carry my cross. And I'm doing it for the community. I'm carrying my cross for the community. You're not chasing me away. And if I'm not in the hospital, I am going to uplift. I'm going to uplift Hempstead. I am coming into Hempstead and I am uplifting that community, not just the hospital. And I am going to bring in jobs and I'm going to help people and you can't stop my shine. No, you're not. No. Go ahead. Go ahead. Think about yourself, all right? Not yourself for a second. Think about your community. Think about our community. Think about what's good for the community and love. Stop spreading more hate. Stop being racist. Stop it. Stop it.
Just stop accusing me.
Talk about the hospital.
Stop accusing
you should love your fellow man.
You're here to be the DA. You're here to be the head of the medical center.
No.
I'm asking you simple
no,
questions.
I'm not going to allow people to do things based on race and throw this all around. Me or anyone else. I'm here to serve. I'm here to serve a community.
Thank you. Stick to real estate. Now, thank you.
Oh, stick to real estate.
Now,
Mr. Buddha,
this is embarrassing for this whole court or whatever you are. I'm here to fix a hospital.
What is a service line?
You guys should be ashamed of yourselves.
No, you should be ashamed of yourself, okay? Don't you dare say that to me.
By the way, when people find out who I am as a man and what I do for the poor community and people in need, you're going to embarrass yourself. You're going to ruin your own political career. I'm a loving man here trying to help.
You're distracting. I'm asking you a question pertinent to your job.
Go ahead. Ask me a question.
What are the multiple service lines of the medical center?
What are the multiple what?
Service lines of the medical center.
Do you mean like modalities such as like physical therapy, orthopedics, like
yes. What are the multiple service lines?
By the way, I was in the office. I was in my seat for one day, and again, of course I know. No, but this is funny. This is funny.
What are the service lines for the medical center, sir?
The hospital has the number one. It's a level 1 trauma center. In fact, I don't know if everyone knows that, but as far as I knew, if the President of the United States was shot, they would bring him.
All right, but he's saying incorrect information. He's applying for the job. He doesn't know about the job.
He's correct, incorrect. He's allowed to, though.
I asked you, are you talking about modalities?
What are the service lines?
Do you know what a modality
what are
is?
the revenue service lines? For example, when my children were born, okay, we went to the Cohen Children's Medical Center.
Okay.
Because they're known for providing the best services. Okay?
Great.
So what are the service lines for this medical center?
I can tell you what I know. So coming in, I know that there is the best trauma center on Long Island. It's a wonderful trauma center that I'm told if the president was shot, he would go there. We have operating rooms.
How about for children?
I'm sorry?
How about for children?
What are you asking me? They treat children, yes.
Okay, so when children experience trauma, are they sent to the medical center or they go to the other hospital?
I don't know that yet. That's why I have Dr. Booten. Dr. Booten's a brilliant physician. He's my guy. Dr. Booten probably has every answer. I'm not there yet. I'm not in medicine.
He's my guy too, all right?
All right, good.
All right, now tell me, you said we fixed it already and that you identified $22 million in account receivables like yourself.
No, they weren't account receivables. Nobody even billed. They didn't bill.
How would you address that problem, sir?
I would bill, and I would collect.
And how would you create oversight to do that, sir?
The first thing you do in any organization of any size, bigger than a deli, would be to hire a chief financial officer, which the hospital doesn't have. I'd run a search to find the best candidates in the country, and I would bring them in and have them build out a financial team that has simple checks and balances or complicated checks and balances and oversight, which would have easily prevented. And I can tell you myself, the person that was just arrested for embezzlement would never existed in any organization that I have, and probably 99% of the organizations in the country, because there weren't clearly checks and balances where you have one person prepares something and the other person does the wire. There's checks and balances. So that way it takes 2 or 3 people to do a crime, which is much harder to do. So I would prepare the wire for the person leaving, and then the other person would check the paperwork, and then another person would actually initiate the wire with all the signatures on it. So clearly, and I haven't dug in there because, again, I was there for one day, if you had a CFO and you had good oversight, that never would have happened. It would be very difficult for that to have happened.
Thank you. Thank you for answering the question, sir. Tell me, if in the position you do discover and find examples of waste and fraud and perhaps criminality, would you refer that to the Inspector General or the District Attorney's Office? What would you do?
You know, again, in government, I'm not sure exactly what that. I would think we would have an obligation to report it to the general counsel of the hospital, who then in turn would probably bring it to the district attorney. But I'm not exactly sure. I haven't really had anybody arrested yet.
Well, in this body, when we learned of examples of waste and fraud, we, in fact, and I thank the minority leader, led a charge for the creation of the Independent Inspector General, and I see that we have some members here from that department here. And I'm asking you that if you do discover that to please use the resources of that office, because that office was very successful in helping to find waste and fraud that, in fact, led to federal prosecutions. And so I'm asking to please use the resources at your disposal.
I absolutely will. And I can tell you that I am, based on everything I heard, looking very carefully at fraud. One of my initiatives in my own notes of what I intend to do are also go out and source every single contract in the hospital and make sure, again, through my resources, which are pretty vast, and relationships, I would go out to a lot of different institutions. I would get multiple bids, as many as I could, make sure that they were the cheapest.
And you go by the lowest bid, is that correct?
Of course, yes, sir.
And not the politically connected bid, is that correct?
Not at all. I'm not politically connected. No, no.
Okay, well, we're not going to get there, but... Okay,
no, so I can assure you, and look, I'd love to have you come in there. I want to fix this place, and everything that I do will be public, and I am going to rip through. I already have the first day I went home with the food service contracts. I'm going to look through every penny there. You know why? This is where I benefit, because I get to show off. I get to show that in less than a year, I'm going to fix it. So why don't you guys let me have like 9 months and then see where I'm at? And if you like it, pat me on the back. And if you don't, put the next clown in who's, ran this thing for the last 40 years.
Again, I appreciate...
I'm sorry. Oops.
I appreciate these statements, and it goes back to what my colleague from Glen Cove said. We have to be very careful with name calling here, because unlike business, here in government, we hold ourselves to a standard, and we must be held accountable. If you are in an official capacity, sir, and you make such statements, the county could be sued. And we all know from our previous example, executive sessions, we can't afford to be sued anymore. We can't.
I understand.
And so your reckless,
I didn't say that about a person.
With all due respect, which your reckless tongue will get us in problems, in trouble.
I'm going to work hard at it. It's only, I'm not doing this too long. I'm working.
Okay. All right.
Well noted.
But there is a level of decorum that I, as a legislator, and my colleagues in government engage in, and we have to carry that decorum. Yes, as a nation, we all have seen the decorum go out the window, and I'm not going to blame it on anybody in particular, Trump. But we have to carry ourselves with a level of decorum. I mean, I went to Georgetown University School of Foreign Service, and there is a level of decorum that you must engage.
My dad went to Georgetown too.
Excuse me?
My dad went to Georgetown
that's
too.
Great. Why Saxon?
They would never let me in.
So, can you please forward to us a copy of your resume?
Sure, yeah.
I appreciate that. Going back to your comment, I'm not going to stick on the whole good racism comment, let's go about the comment of mow down. As a Christian, fellow Christian, we have to be careful in certain language.
Yes, sir.
What did you mean by mow down? I mean, I would be very fearful to work with someone who said, hey, I'm going to mow you down. So what did you mean by that, sir?
I wanted to say I was going to go get my lawnmower, but
That's even more frightening, sir.
No,
what did you mean by that, sir?
I'm kidding. What I meant was that when I was talking about getting the hospital into a fiscally sound situation, I was talking about the community at large and my intention and efforts to affect change, real change. And that if people got in the way of that and impeded that, kind of like they impeded my coming onto the board, that I was going to push and assert, an agenda that's responsible. And that, for example, when I meant specifically, is if there's 15 board members and we have an outstanding solution, like we've got a food service company to cut our food service bill in half. And because people are so divisive and politically driven or whatever crazy things are going on, they might vote all against cutting the food in half. And maybe I stumbled across somebody's pal that had the contract or whatever. So what I was trying to say was, hey, if I'm bringing good logical things here, and this seems to be, I'll use the word dysfunctional, again, dysfunction can be from, neglect or negligence or bad behavior, and people can be dysfunctional intentionally for nefarious reasons. So I was just saying, look, I'm in here, and I'm going to get this job done. And again, my opening statements to the board were, I want to work with all of you, and we'll all get the credit. But, and again, yes, in business and in life sometimes you have to be aggressive. So, when the just like in this own room, degraded, right? It degraded in here to a place that, well, none of us should be, just like you said, the decorum, but we had none in this room. The same thing happened. I have people on Zoom yelling at each other, screaming. It was like, I actually don't live in that. I live in an environment where people are allowed to speak and things get done. And like I've offered many times when people are talking to me about racism or anything else, I get it out of that situation and say, hey, if you really want to know what's going on, sit down with me. Let's talk about it. And that is how you fix things. And so, the mow down thing was, I was going to fight for the community and fight for the employees and fight to fix it. And if people were going to be divisive, difficult, or just get in the way, I wasn't going to tolerate it.
Understood, sir. But do you understand how the comment mow down could be led to, 1 second, sir. It could be led to the connotation that you're going to impose physical violence on someone, or you're going to do an unlawful firing, which all could lead us once again as fiduciaries of Nassau County in a very difficult financial situation, but yet you defined yourself as a fiscal conservative. So do you understand how your behavior and your self-defined fiscal conservative mindset is actually in conflict? Do you understand that, sir?
You know what I understand? All people have weaknesses and strengths. And I've been made aware through this process. And I always say, too, there's always a silver lining. God works in mysterious ways. God put me here for a reason.
Me too.
And some of my biggest faults and problems and some of the biggest mistakes that I've made, I've learned the most from. So maybe part of the reason when I was put here was so I'm more careful about what I say and the choosing of words. Because, you know what, I do kind of live in my own ecosystem. And I am outside of that. And it's different. And so I think I have to learn, which I've already learned. Again, I got to change bad habits. But I think my choice of words and the way that I acted, I think, you know, wasn't always appropriate. And I'm going to be much more careful. And I think that's one of my weaknesses.
Understood.
And I get excited for people. And I get excited to do good and excited to help. And I need to make sure I'm careful about keeping that excitement in check and being careful about the words I choose.
Understood. Thank you. I'm all for second chances as well. You
Thank
could
you.
ask the Commissioner Capiz, who's right behind you. I voted for his appointment, and you know I believe in second chances as well.
Thank
so
you.
I respect that.
Thank you.
But please, I'm not done yet, Counselor. Thank you. Secondly, my colleague from Glen Cove also made a good statement about sensitivity training. Would you consider the opportunity of having some sensitivity training?
I would do it myself. Heck yeah.
Okay, great.
I'll even pay for it.
Great.
But if honestly, if you have a resource for that, I would love to have sensitivity training.
Great.
I'm obviously like a little weak there.
Great. In addition, you know, I would appreciate that, you know, there are many workers. I'm Haitian American, and one of the first fields that, immigrants from Haiti, you know, worked their way up to get into, you know, to rise up the ladder in America was the medical field. Many Haitian American doctors, like Mr. Boutin.
Is your name French origin?
One second, sir. 1 second, please.
Sorry.
Many professionals in the Haitian American community are in the medical field, like Mr. Boutin. So it is very important.
Dr.
I'm not
Boutin.
asking you to learn French, but it's very important to learn French names.
Yeah, I didn't
Because
realize.
if you had
yeah.
called Mr. Anthony Button instead of Boutin, that would be a problem, right?
I wasn't sure how to pronounce his name either.
Okay.
And I am very aware of the Haitian community and the French origin.
But then again, you mispronounced my name.
I didn't know you're Haitian. But again, I was just trying to.
Well, if you know many people in the Haitian American community, you would have known at least my name could be of French background with the accent that grew on it. Okay, so
There's
please,
no accent.
I'm there. I understand that, but if you haven't done your research, sir, I am Haitian American, and there are many Haitian Americans in Nassau County. I'm asking you, if you're walking through the hallways of the medical center, to just consider that they could be Haitian American and to not mispronounce their name. Is that fair?
By the way, I didn't want to mispronounce your name by accident, which people do to me all the time. So I wanted to be super polite and ask you how to pronounce your name rather than butcher it. People call me Brutterman.
You did
this,
butcher
that.
and mow down it initially, so I'm asking you just to ask questions.
Butcher what? I'm sorry?
You butchered my name before.
I asked you how to say it.
No, you said your name is Corby?
No, I asked. I didn't, but I asked you. Anyway, look, I apologize.
It's okay. I forgive you.
Thank you.
Furthermore, you mentioned that you fixed it already. You know, again, that sounds nice, but what does it really mean? What specific policy recommendations did you have in black and white in writing, rather than just spout off something that sounds nice?
I can read you my notes if you'd like.
Please do, sir.
Sure.
Because I'm very concerned about the medical center. I
Me
really need to
too.
see a plan. I don't want to see the antics. I need to see a plan, sir.
I'd rather be living my beautiful, wonderful life with my beautiful, wonderful family.
Sir,
and I want to be successful.
Well, okay, so I don't need all this stuff as well. Okay?
I'm working for free.
So, and I understand that, sir. But I'm asking you, sir, what is your plan?
I'm just telling you, I want to be successful.
What is your plan?
You made a comment.
And then you start talking about your beautiful life or your wakeboard.
No, you said you wanted to be successful, and I said I do too, because I don't want to come here in vain. I want to be successful. So I'll read you some of the points. And then please take into account that I was there for 1 day. But already in 1 day, and this is not a fait accompli, right, French?
Je comprends.
This is not set in stone. This is my honest and transparent, and potentially not right, because I haven't been there long enough to fully be certain. But to answer your question in 1 day, what did I learn, and what do I think I would do? Again, unqualified. I have to qualify it with data, which is what I do, with black and white, with research. I have to talk to people, get more numbers, more information, and evaluate a lot of different angles before I can recommend a decision. But on the surface, in the first day, this is what I would, these are some of the things I think I have to consider undertaking. I would hire a chief financial officer that was highly qualified, someone that worked in a hospital system, that understands the uniqueness of a hospital and billing and collections and third-party payors. For people who don't know what that means, it's you can get paid from the government for things like Medicaid, Medicare. You can get paid by commercial payers like Oxford. You can have cash pay. You can have no pay. But someone that understands that. Also, when you're in healthcare, there are billing codes. So depending on the payor, the third party that's going to pay it, you have to have different billing codes based on what the procedure is. And that's a very tricky thing to do. And so you really got to make sure you do it right. So what I would do is really bring in the best possible person we could attract. And I want to make a point here. With the craziness and suggestions of corruption in the newspaper and the fighting, and even what went on here today, or went on with my, I need my sensitivity training, my board meeting. Think about this. If you really care about the hospital, I recruit people all the time. How easy is it to get to someone to quit their job at like the #1 healthcare company and come work for NUMIC? You know how hard that is? How could I, as the chairman, or Dr. Booten, as CEO, say, yeah, come work with us. It's safe. It's good. People always say when you're hiring someone, you know, you're backed by private equity, you have the money, you're going to... This hospital's been in and out of, it's going to be closed down. On Monday, the state's going to vote on taking it over. There's paper after, you know, saying corruption and this and that. So what I want to bring, besides the CFO, is that stability, where people will actually come and work there that are highest caliber. And so I'm going to go and do that, or at least try. The other thing that I would do is I already spoke to Dr. Booten about it, again, in the first day, and he agreed. I recognized that a CEO in a company is like the gas pedal, and a CMO in medical business, which is a chief medical officer, or in like a financial firm, a chief compliance officer. A CMO is the brake. It's the person that says, hey, are we treating the patient too much? Can we just fix it with physical therapy? Do we have to cut them? If they have physical therapy, how many is too many treatments? You know, is the industry standard somewhere around 8 to 12, and we're treating a patient 40 times? Or are we treating a patient 3 times, and they're not getting sufficient good care? They need to be treated more times to be successful. So a CMO is like the cop. It's like internal affairs. They're risk-adverse people. They're different than a CEO, even like if you met one. And it's, you know, you want someone that isn't a big risk taker, that's covered about, to your points, about the liability of someone like me and how I speak. You want them to be really careful about that. So what I discussed with Dr. Booten was that, you know, he is the CEO, who's the gas pedal. In my opinion, I don't think he should be CMO. And then also, I understand, and haven't qualified it, but I believe he sees patients as well. So if he's CEO and he's seeing patients, that's totally fine. But how do you sort of regulate or oversee yourself? So for that reason, he totally agreed. He explained how he ended up being CMO because they lost the other one, probably because of all the bad press, and people are worried about working there. So in any case, so I would hire a CFO to put in fiscal responsibility. I would bring in a CMO to make sure that we have the right level of care without being too aggressive. I would look, I'm uncertain about who we have as COO, so I would evaluate that position. I would cancel any bogus contracts, you know, contracts that I found.
Understood. I'm sorry for the...
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. I would look to find any contracts that I thought looked like highly irregular or really priced out of the market.
Like the armor contract?
I'm sorry?
Oh, like, sorry, never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'll give you, like, for an example, like if I you know, put something out to bid and there's a contract that's saying, you know, we're paying 5 times the price that the market is, I would root out and figure out why is that contract like that? How'd that happen? And again, as you can tell, I'm not worried about taking hits, so I would, really dig it out. And even if there was corruption or there was nefarious stuff or political whatever, again, I have a job to be successful here and to maintain my image and deliver what I said I would do. It's not about politics. So for me, I would root it out. Republican, Democrat, this, that. If I find something, I'm going to try to get rid of it.
Absolutely. It's not about Republican or Democrat.
No.
It's about doing the right thing. So if I may, and I would look forward to seeing your plan. I have 2 more questions. We're going to wrap it up.
Okay, sure.
By
By the way, I have another long list here. And again, I encourage anybody that wants to talk to me, I really want to fix the hospital.
Please forward me that list, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
sure.
2 more questions. I talked to our EMT professionals. I think that they're the best and the brightest that we have here in the Northeast. They tell me that when a child suffers trauma, they don't go to MUMC. They go to, like, another hospital. So, I would like to ask you respectfully, how do we get more treatment for children in trauma at MUMC?
I don't know, and I'll just, again, speak very candidly. I think that NUMC would do a lot more business. Again, I can't speak as medically about the Trauma Center for Children, but what I can speak to, and again, we'd have to look at that, what I can speak to is I know in the community, as I've poked around and say, hey, I'm thinking about doing this, that it's got a really bad reputation. And so, to me, which I think is unfair, because it's an amazing hospital, amazing doctors and nurses and whatever. So to me, part of this, me pushing, an agenda here and fixing it, is that I feel like the hospital's deficiencies have been in the board and politics and the management. But I think the healthcare is very, is excellent. So when the people aren't bringing children there, I worry on the surface that maybe they're saying, hey, that place has a bad reputation. I'm not taking my child there. As adults, we'll end up there. Parents get to make the choice.
Yes, sir.
Of where their child goes. But if we're in an accident, and we're close by, they'll probably just bring us here. There's probably a lot of parents saying, like, hey, don't bring Billy there because it's got to, I don't know, unqualified, but that may be the point. But I would certainly get to the bottom of that. In fact, I want to bring a lot more business into the hospital. There's a lot of space there that can be utilized to generate more revenue.
Understood. Last question, then a comment. I mentioned our EMT professionals, our CSEA, our hardworking CSEA employees. What do you foresee as your relationship with the unions that work with the hospital?
If anybody, the unions, anything else, like I said, I came here to get beat up because I don't care. I can take it. Look, so far the unions seem to be receptive because I think I can deliver what unions usually want, and that is good, fair compensation in a community that I care about, and jobs. I think I know I can increase jobs, not decrease jobs.
Yes, sir. However, you say you're a fiscal conservative, so say if you see a contract with the union as not being fiscally conservative, what will you do?
Sit down with them and fix it.
Okay. Lastly, as a lawyer in law school, we learned that, there's a rule and there's an exception, right? And we as humans have a rule where we reduce people's lives to an ugly moment. And you've seen some people here today try to reduce your fabulous, beautiful life to an ugly moment. But the exception to that, right, because every rule is an exception, the exception to that is getting to know that person.
Mm-hmm.
So do you believe in that rule and exception?
I want to be careful to answer a trick question.
It's not a trick question.
Well, I'm careful.
That was a softball.
Oh, look, I think everybody, like I said, if you get to know my heart and you get to know my heart, and I don't hate you. In fact, even Kevon, you guys are trying to do a job, and there's a lot of crappy stuff in the press. And I believe you guys are impassioned about your community. And I would actually be on your side being as hard on me as you are. You're protecting your constituents. You're protecting your community. And to your point, I think where you were going, frankly, is that you're going to realize that I am an exception, that I love people. I want to uplift the community. And even though I'm a fiscal conservative Republican, I don't give a shit about Republicans.
Sir, decorum,
Oops.
please, please.
I got to get out of that. I know. I'm sorry.
Decorum.
You're getting me sensitivity training, though. So
Yes, we are.
I'll pay
at
for
your
it
expense.
at my expense, I promise.
Thank you very much. No more
Thank you.
questions, Presiding Officer.
Legislator Drucker.
I'm a little exhausted, to be honest with you.
Me too.
I want to thank you because what you've enabled us, or what you have done for us in the past, well, I guess 2.5 hours, you've really given us a chance to get to know you. You may not think that we got to know you, but we got to know you pretty well. We got to see all of your sides. We got to see your anger. We got to see your kindness. We got to see your sense of humor. We got to see your serious side. And even though it was done in a rather raucous type of forum here, it served a purpose. And I thank you for that, because that's really what we wanted to do here. We wanted to get to learn more about you so that we had a better understanding of what we're doing, what type of person we're putting in that very, very important leadership position. You know, I've been a lawyer for more than 35 years, and I have a lot of my colleagues and friends here on the dais who are lawyers too. And one of the things in law is you learn early on that compromise is the only way to go. If you want to take out the hammer every single time, it's not always going to be the best result. And we've learned through years of practice that you work with your adversary, you work with your team, you work with organizations, and you come up with a consensus. You come up with ideas. You work together, because that's how you progress.
Yes, sir.
And in leadership positions, more so than anything else, you need to be able to rely on other people to provide you with different perspectives, different viewpoints, different ideas. And, you know, one of the things that has struck me today about you is you may be a little resistant to that, and that concerns me, because, you know, I don't think anyone in this room today could doubt for 1 second that you are a man that's chock full of confidence, chock full of self-esteem, positivity about yourself, which is great. That's certainly something that's needed for a leadership. But I also am someone who believes strongly in humility. I believe in being humble. I believe in making others, lifting up others who may not be the same as you, but you lift them up to make them feel that they're the same as you, if not better. So one of the things that, you know, I noticed, like, for example, so when any of us assumes a new position, even if we have a very experienced background like yourself, you know, when you assume a new position, day one, you're there for 1 day. Mm-hmm. At least in my experience, as a lawyer for many years, I was also I was a trustee on the National Community College Board. I see my friend Eddie Powers here, and, you know, we worked together. We maybe had different political affiliations, but when I came in, I didn't know a lot about college education, but I was smart. I was smart enough to learn, but I relied upon other people. So what struck me is your first day, and at those meetings, you walked in there right off the bat saying, I'm the smartest man in this room.
That's not true.
Well, it seemed to me that what we've read and what we've heard today is that you talked about, you know, you felt bad because you had to go down to their level. You know, I didn't like the phraseology there. You went down to their level. What kind of level is that?
Like this degraded here, same thing. I think we should all be embarrassed about how this degraded in this chamber.
Well, but
same thing. It fell apart, like the whole everyone, and I was included in it.
But you used the words, I went down to their level, so that they were beneath you.
No, that I went in there offering partnership and communication and working together, and I was met with an attack. And so that's not true. And in fact, I've said time and again, the people here that have challenged me, and like I said, right out of the gate, I respect what they're doing. I have no malice.
So you didn't go into that.
And I want to work with them so that way they're sure about, for their constituents, that I'm not a Republican. I'm not running for office. I'm here to fix the hospital. So if people really care, They can fight with politicians or whatever else, and they can be politicians, but I'm here to fix the hospital, and I'm here to uplift that community. I'm going to be announcing things in the coming weeks that I've been working on before the pandemic that you've never seen in Nassau County. So you're going to see what I'm bringing to Nassau County's people that need help and need to be uplifted. And you're going to go, oh, my God, I had no idea.
Let's stop
So
for a second.
I'm going to work with everyone. I can't do a thing by myself. And I am humble, but not when I'm being attacked. And when I'm being attacked and I'm defensive, it's because I'm concerned that if I fail, a lot of people in the community, 70% of which roughly identify as people of color that need that hospital and, as importantly, need those jobs. So I'm defensive because I'm trying to get that done, and people aren't challenging me based on fact. They're challenging me based on nonsense, and that's frustrating to me.
I don't want to go back over the language that you used about I'm going to mow you down, but what you did try to explain it by saying, I have a vision for how this hospital should go, and if you're going to impede my ideas, if you're going to stand in the way of what I think the path that we should have, I'm going to mow you down. Now, I understand you regret using those terms, but the point is
It's not what I said either.
Well, the point is this. You said, even today, you said, I don't want people to be an impediment to my...
Not the hospitals.
Okay, well, your
I
version...
said here today I would work with people.
Okay.
I need those people. We need to, but we fought over like crazy things about choice of words and this and that and the seat that I was sitting in, and I was just begging people to say, let's start pulling out like contracts and figuring out if we're paying too much, and let's fix it.
My question to you is, do you equate someone who has a different vision, a different idea of how the hospital should go?
That's how I do everything.
Can I finish my question?
Please.
That's really been the problem, I would say, this all day, all morning, is that let us finish our questions. That will ensure a much smoother dialogue, I assure you. So, if you said, if there are people who have a different view, a different viewpoint, a different philosophy than yours on how the hospital should go, the path it should take, do you interpret that as they're an obstacle to you and you want to just obliterate them? Or do you feel there's a possibility that you can work with them and reach some sort of compromise on it? It's not one way or the other. It's not my way or the highway, as much as you've made it seem today that that's the way you work. It's my way or the highway.
Is there a question?
I asked that question. I asked the question
what's the
do you
question?
think that there are people who have a different viewpoint than you on the path that you perceive the hospital to be? Are they obstacles and impediments to you and you're going to not work with them? Or do you feel that there's room for compromise? There's an ability as a leader that we're trying to put you in that you can work with people and reach maybe a result that's not exactly in line with the way you wanted it, but might be a little different. There might be a variation.
Can I speak now?
Yes.
I don't actually do anything. Other people do. What I am a very good negotiator. As they say, proof is in the pudding. I've done many, many deals, and I've bought and sold many companies, and I have many employees. So the only way I ever do anything, and the only thing that I am, is everything that other people have told me, given me, taught me. And what I'm good at is building an accord, listening deeply to what people are telling me, understanding them. I am most known in my circles by friends and business people. My superpower is empathy. And to have empathy is to feel what the other person feels. I feel it at a level that's unnatural. That's why I'm a bleeding heart liberal. That's why I want to help every person. They say my biggest downside, besides my inability to publicly speak and not put my foot in my mouth, is that I try to help everybody. And so, yes, like I said, from the people that were the most aggressive with me, I forgive their aggressive behavior. I'm sorry for mine. And I want to meet them right away to talk about what do they know.
Okay.
All these people in the hospital know everything about the hospital. And so if I speak to them all and I listen to them all, listen intently, then I can help come up with solutions to fix it. And I won't be fixing anything. So yes, I'm very empathetic, and I can make any deal happen. And I could be your friend and your friend and your friend, and we could do amazing things. And will I let you do something wrong? Like I said, my mow down was, hey, this is an institution with a reputation of corruption and wrongdoing. I haven't seen it, really. You know, I'm there a day. But if I find corruption or exploitation, to me, it's robbing the community. It's robbing people that don't have another place to go. No, I'm not done. You know, there's 4,000 jobs in this community, okay? Those 4,000 jobs support probably 4,000 families. I'm a business person. I'm an economist. It's not that easy to get 4,000 more jobs. I'm trying to uplift Hempstead and Uniondale and these communities. I want to help because I know I can help. And I want to help the hospital. If this hospital goes away, you can't get 4,000 jobs that fast. And yes, doctors and nurses and stuff will find some. But there'll be time. But the lowest paid people are going to be the most challenged. And that's my sense of urgency. That's my concern of risk, is that those people lose those jobs. As much as people want the health care, I want the jobs. Because I am empathetic, and I know what it's like. Again, no one knows me. I put my way through school. I didn't eat for 3 days. How'd you like that? You guys should know who you're talking to. So I wouldn't take money from my family. I built my own fortune. And I did not eat for 3 days. And I know what it's like. And I was a busboy, and I was a valet car parker. And when I got onto Wall Street, I went to school full time. I waited tables in New Jersey while I went to Rutgers. I came back to Long Island and worked at the Tender Bar, Publicans. In the mornings, I got up and I did what they call 2 loops, which is carried golf clubs, 2 18 holes in a row. And then I worked at Publicans again at night, did it again on Sunday, drove back to New Jersey, and put myself through school. So I know what it's like to not eat. I have friends that work next to me as busboys and waiters. And I don't treat myself or think of myself as any different from anybody based on race, color, how much money you have. If you met anybody that knows me, they'll tell you themselves. I don't need to. So for me, yes, I understand that if those 4,000 jobs are lost, it's not so easy to get a paycheck. And what good is health if you can't buy food? So I'm here with a passion. And that's why I said, I'm not a dumb man. You're wrong if that's what you're thinking. So I came in here knowing I was putting myself at risk. And frankly, the people that are, whether it's Democratic or this or whatever it is, the people that don't want to see me appointed or don't want to, or want to see the New York take over on Monday and whatever, if you really care about your constituents and you really care about your fellow man, people with children, grandparents, I'm your guy. And you can hold me accountable. But you got to give me the bat and let me hit the ball. So my heart is as pure as they come. My mission is as pure as they come. My passion is as pure as they come. My words are terrible. See, I didn't say a bad word that time. But I'm willing to learn, and I'm willing to work with people, and I know the hospital can be fixed.
I don't think anyone here ever for a moment thought that you were dumb. The question is do you think you're the smartest person in this room?
No.
Okay.
Actually,
you're familiar with the demographics that make up the patients at NUMC, right?
I'm sorry?
You're familiar with the demographics of the patients?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you talk a lot about how independently wealthy you are, and you have no worries about supporting your family.
I don't know if
you
I
only
talk
want to help people. Are you aware of the healthcare disparities in the black and brown communities? And can you describe them?
I'm looking to equalize and uplift the community that you're talking about.
How?
And I do, yeah, I'll give you some examples. And again, like Dr. Booten and all the other brilliant people around the hospital and all the other relationships, like, giving you a specific answer on that, like one of the things that I think is really core is that you can't get good food. I mean, one of my missions that I haven't figured out yet is when you want good health, right? I think in the poorer communities, it's really, the food options aren't fantastic. There's a lot of fast food, cheap, sugar-filled things that are inexpensive. And so I think that's one thing I think that helps with, that situation. And again, the whole reason I'm here is because what's so amazing about NUMIC is that you can go there without worrying about the ability to pay. And so, like, that's my passion. That's it right there, is making sure that community. And again, to me, I really don't see race. I don't see religion. I don't care if you have purple hair. I'm weird. So, like, I don't judge people on their appearance. And like I was trying to say with Dr. Martin Luther King before, who would love to hear his words come out of my mouth and have them said many, many times over and over, that, this community, it's not about even race. It's about how they identify. It's a poor community generally that doesn't have a lot of other options, and they can't get good care. So I want to work with smarter people than me to help give. This gentleman went to Georgetown. That Georgetown wouldn't even think about me. But you know what I did? I learned what I know. And somehow or another, from a gift of God, I'm really good at one thing, and that's business. And that's making things work. And that's the proof in the pudding. And so all I'm saying is I want the opportunity to do it. And again, my mission is pure. I want to help people that can't help themselves. And that's why I'm fighting like hell and risking my otherwise anonymous reputation, because I want to help that community. And I don't need kickbacks. And I don't need to be a politician. I don't need to be someone. I can do it purely for passion for those people. And I'm your guy. And if you want to help those people, I'm your guy. And yes, sometimes I'll fight like hell. But I'm impassioned about that community. And it needs that hospital. And it needs those jobs. And I'm going to fight, fight, fight. And like I said, if I'm not chairman, I'm still on the board. If I'm not on the board, I'm your favorite community activist. So we're going to make sure people have great health care and great food and great medicine and jobs.
I'm done. I'm done with this guy.
Any other legislators would like to ask questions? So why don't we go to public comment? Legislator Walker.
I just had one quick question. I don't necessarily expect you to have the answer to this, but the hospital, NUMIC, has a state-of-the-art cath lab. But unfortunately, the state did not certify the cath lab there. Many people could use it. Many people that don't have insurance and have to go to the hospital because that's the hospital that they would go to. But many of us that do have insurance and have to utilize a cath lab, and it's close and it's in our vicinity, instead we're going to other places, and I could tell you in some of those other places wasn't the best place to be either. I mean, their equipment might have been spectacular, but where it was located, even within the hospital, wasn't the best. So, like I said, I don't expect you to know this answer, but would you fight very hard to make sure that NUMIC gets that certification and would have that? Another thing that would be wonderful, besides the burn unit and the trauma center, and every other aspect that the hospital serves, but that would be a tremendous asset to the hospital. And I can't even comprehend why the state would not have certified that. And, that to me
So to answer your question, I was aware of the cath lab, and I'm aware of other great opportunities for the hospital. And I want to make another thing clear. And again, I'm not here to make friends. I'm not here to make political friends. I don't care what the newspaper writes, other than them impeding my ability to save this hospital and save these jobs, that upsets me. But that aside, they can write anything they want all day. Just let me be chairman. Let me make moves. Let me make this hospital better. So that aside, you know, I do look at it and I say, there is too much politics in it. And I think about it, I go, you know, right now I know that the hospital, 23% of the billings are not collected, okay? So I'm a business guy. We open up a deli, does $1 million a year in revenue. You try to put 10% to the bottom line, and it's $100,000. So 10% is a good goal in a business, in the business world. A 20% margin to the bottom line, 20% profit margin is very difficult. So if you have an institution that 23% of your revenue is never paid, then it's very difficult to try to survive. But in the hospital's case, you know, those people are mostly American. There are some illegal immigrants, and there's mechanisms for that, including the fact that they don't have to pay. But a big chunk of that, I think, you could sign people up for Medicaid and Medicare, and you could fill that gap. And I think that other people know that too. So if you think about it, if 20% of the billings are never collected, but I think it could get down a lot lower into the single digits, but let's say it's just 20. Where does the other 80% of service go if the hospital goes away? They're not, people aren't going to just, they're just not going to have hip surgery. They're not going to do whatever procedure. They're going to go somewhere else. So to me, with all the politics and the hospitals, you know, I was asked by Dr. Gersey to sit on the board of St. Francis Hospital years ago. I said no. They don't need my money. They don't need my help. Now I sit here today, and I signed up to help out because I think this hospital does. So, you know, I think there's a lot of things that, again, I'm going to push like heck on, where I'm not going to say, okay, to the county, and this is to you guys, you're going to have to pay your bills. And to the state, you're going to have to pay your bills. And federal government, you got to pay your bills. And if we need a cath lab or we need this or we need that, I'm going to beat their brains in, Republican or Democrat. You know why? Because I don't have to run. And I don't care what the papers say, because I don't have to be nice to the papers, because I don't need them to say nice stuff about me, because I'm not running for anything. So for me, yeah, I'll fight like hell for that cath lab and everything else. I'm going to load the hospital up with so much revenue, and we're going to turn it so fast. And as you can tell, I'm not afraid to go out in the public and fight like hell for what I believe in. So if people think stuff's going to happen in the back room because, it's not happening. So like I said to Bruce, you sure you want me? Because you're letting the genie out of the bottle. So I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. I'm coming. I'm going to make sure everybody's paying. I'm going to make sure no one's stealing. And I'm going to make this the best institution Long Island's ever seen.
I thank you for that, because we have amazing workers in that hospital. And
Yes, ma'am.
we have a wonderful, wonderful county that we need to make sure we have services there available to everyone. So
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
Robert Harris, CSCA, Nassau Healthcare Corporation Chairman.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno. I appreciate it.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, but I'm not the chairman, but if you want to give me that, you know, we'll be in conflict with Mr. Bruderman again. But my name is Rob Harris. My name is Rob Harris, CSEA Local 830 Vice President and A. Holly Patterson Unit President. And as a representative for and a community activist, which some of you guys up there know that I've spoken to some of you guys. And I'm not even gonna lie. I don't even know what I was gonna get up here to say. I don't know, this whole show, you know, I mean, I thought I saw something when I saw Ketanji Brown Jackson go through, and here I see it firsthand. I mean, we're here to fix an underserved community, an unappreciated community.
unfinanced community. And what does the community find itself? Under attack. And we have to stop that. We need to stop the political jargon. I view myself as a liberal conservative. I'll let you guys figure that out. So what I'm saying is, we talk about the community, which I also have a vested interest in because I live in. We're talking about a safety net hospital. Now, the community which I live in, and everybody's concerned about who's going to sit at the helm, I've been with the corporation for over 30 years, and I don't think I've seen one person of color in that position. So now we're concerned. So what I'm saying is, let's put a lot of this aside and get down to business. Let's see who can fix it and give them a chance to fix it, because it hasn't been fixed to this day. And I'm going to get off this mic before my time runs out, and y'all tell me I got to leave. So thank you for giving me this time to speak, and I appreciate it.
We have a question from one of the legislators who's on remote. Legislator Ford, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'll be very brief because I think Legislator Walker sort of touched on some of the things that I wanted to say and even ask Mr. Bruderman. But, you know, for me, I'm happy. I just want to say that I was very happy to hear that he's looking to increase revenue to our hospital as it is much needed. And I'm hoping that when he looks at that, in what areas he is going to do that he keeps in mind that we need to provide more for our veterans, especially in the light that Northport may be on a proverbial like closing down of some of their departments and reducing some of the services to our veterans out in Suffolk. Also, the issue of our opioid addiction. We need to make sure we find a place to help a lot of these young people as they go through this horrendous addiction. And I also have a concern even with the Burns Center, and then I'm hoping that Mr. Bruderman, if confirmed, he will then also look to see how he can enhance health services for women. All right, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Anthony Booten.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anthony Booten. I am the CEO, the president of the hospital. I'm also the chief medical officer, and I still work in the emergency department at least once a month. I've been there for 15 years. I grew up in the community, and I always wanted to be at the hospital. I am here to support anybody who's willing to keep the hospital open. In my short time in meeting with Mr. Bruderman, he has it's a positive step and a path where we want to be able to go. So I'm here to support him and all my colleagues that are here. We talked about pediatric trauma. We had to make a decision at some point whether to be a level 1 trauma center or a pediatric trauma center. We couldn't do both at the same time. With the resources that we have, we had to choose. And we were great at being a level 1 trauma center, so we put our resources in that. Which also means that even if you're a kid and you get hurt, you show up at our doorsteps, we're able to take care of you. We may not be able to house you, but we're able to take care of you. And the age is from 13 and above. Anything below that, we're still able to take care of you, but you've got to go to a pediatric hospital, which is Cohen's. All right, thank you.
Yeah, just Dr. Booten, if you wouldn't mind, just one question with respect to that. I apologize, over here. So my understanding is the decision was based on revenue. Right. In other words, the hospital simply didn't have enough money to be able to sustain being both a level 1 trauma center and a pediatric trauma center.
So at some point over the last several years, the American College of Surgeons in New York State changed the rules, and you had to go through a verification process. So we, you know our finances. We're always struggling, like all the other public benefit corporations and the safety net hospitals. We are great at trauma. We were great at pediatric trauma at some point, but the level of resources that you needed had to be exactly parallel to what we were doing already. You had to have exactly the same team on the pediatric side, research, the volume, and also the manpower, just on the pediatric side. We have 8 to 12 adult traumatologists. You'd have to have the same amount on the pediatric side. It's something that we couldn't sustain, and we don't have the resources to be able to do that.
So presumably fixing or attempting to fix the hospital's finances would enable you to revisit potentially that decision?
Correct.
Thank you, Dr. Booten.
Sophia Rubenstein.
Hi, hello. My name is Sophia Rubenstein. I'm the president of the medical staff at Nassau University Medical Center at New Health. And I just wanted to say that on behalf of the medical staff officers and the physicians at large, we're really concerned about the hospital. We would like to make sure that it does stay open, and we hope that that Mr. Bruderman is able to fix the finances that it desperately needs in order for the hospital to stay open. And because of that, we do support Mr. Bruderman as the chairman of the board. Thank you.
Ms. Rubenstein?
Ms. Rubenstein? Or Dr. Rubenstein? Dr. Rubenstein?
Yeah.
I just want to ask you a quick question. And I've heard it said a couple times. I know that thing is in the way. I keep hearing the narrative about close the hospital. Where have you heard that from? Which elected official, which legislation, which newspaper has referenced to close the hospital? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just curious.
No, I mean, obviously, it's the same newspaper, Sure. It's the Long Island newspapers that we all read, and there were a number of articles in the recent past that addressed that, and more recently, probably when they were talking about involvement of the NIFA and different reports that came out. And at that time, I mean, again, from the newspapers, that's what the reports that suggest.
I'm just curious, because I haven't seen those reports, but I'm just curious.
I mean, again, we all read the same newspapers.
What I have seen, which I hate to say it, it's created a false narrative. I've heard folks that are against the state legislation, which we haven't opined on that at all. We haven't talked about that today. But folks that are against the state legislation have said that the hospital is going to be closed. That I have seen.
Yeah.
That they're saying that the folks that are for the state legislation, they are for closing the hospital. But that's just one person saying something.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, again,
I read through the legislation. I didn't see anything in there referencing the hospital being closed. I haven't heard anything from Chairman Barsky that references the hospital of NIFA, referencing that the hospital is going to be closed. So I'm not trying to put you on the spot. You do your job. You do it very well. We are very appreciative of what you do. I was just curious because I keep hearing that narrative come up. So I just wanted to pick the brain of an average citizen to get an idea.
I mean, again, we're not really the physicians are not really very political. We just come to the hospital to do our job and to save patients and to help everyone that needs our help. And again, we get the same information, like I said, from the same newspapers that publish those articles. And at that time, that was discussed in the newspapers.
I got it. Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming down today.
Grace Ting.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Grace Ting. I'm a physician at National University Medical Center. I'm also the Associate Director for the Emergency Department. and Deputy Chief Medical Officer. Nassau University Medical Center is the best trauma center in Nassau County. It also I feel is the most diverse hospital in Nassau County in terms of our employees and the patients that we serve and we care for. Before I begin, I want to let you know that everyone here from the hospital, including myself, are here on our own times, and the county will not be charged for our times here today. I'm here in support of Mr. Matthew Bruderman's nomination to the Board of Directors and Nassau Healthcare Corporation for his expertise and passion for the survival of the only safety net hospital in Nassau County. The staff, employees at the hospital are eager and ready to work with the Board of Directors in Nassau County and New York State to fulfill our mission of quality health care to all without regards to their ability to pay, and also education of our next generation of healthcare workers. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Ting.
I just want to say thank you for verifying that everyone is using personal time. I know that that's something that's public, and I'm sure you wouldn't say it, without making sure everyone here is using personal time.
Yes.
And again, I think that that's very important because we want to obviously have your representation, but we don't want the public to feel that, we have a room full of people that were still on the clock.
Of course.
All right, and thank you for the work you do.
Quan Brown Thomas. Man left. Dr. Riggs.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. John Riggs. I promise to be brief because I tell my residents all the time, never miss a meal, and I'm starving right now, so I promise to be brief. I've been at Nassau University Medical Center for the past 7 years. I'm also a fellow alumnus of Georgetown. Appreciate that. School of Foreign Service, the best in the country. I know that. I'd just like to say that I hold many hats at Nassau University Medical Center, one of which is the Deputy Chief Medical Officer along with Dr. Ting and Dr. Papia, and we fully support Dr. Booten and everything he's done. I'd like to just say 2 major accomplishments. There's many I talk about, but the main thing is we just recently, in October, got accredited for 3 years by the Joint Commission without any major citations, which is a huge accomplishment for the limited resources that we have. And also, I challenge any hospital, not only in New York, but anywhere in the country that had a better response over the last 2 years to the COVID surge and all the problems that occurred and how many lives we saved. And it was all led through Dr. Booten and getting resources when we didn't have any. It was amazing how we all came together as a team and we worked together as a team. Amongst my other many hats, besides that, I'm the safety officer of the hospital, which means, all I care about mainly is patient care and safety. And I know we can match anybody, anywhere when it comes to that. And we got some of the most qualified physicians that take care of these patients, and you wonder why, because we need the best physicians to take care of problems which, from many hospitals in our area, come to us that are so diverse and major complicated cases that they don't want to deal with. Well, we take them all, no matter whether they can pay or not. The other thing is I'm also the credentialing officer. And when it comes to credentialing, we make sure that we get the best possible people coming. We vet everybody. And when it comes to that also, I'm also in charge of physician recruiting. Now, the obstacles that we're facing, and I really welcome Matt Bruderman, who I've never even had a conversation with. However, we welcome because we need resources, not just philanthropy, finances, advertising, you name it. We've done some on our own, whatever we can. We've made a lot of major changes at the hospital to improve, and I welcome Matt Bruderman to come because I can see he's passionate. May not be politically correct all the time, but I know he's passionate and he cares, and this is exactly what we need to move forward for this hospital. Thank you.
Ron Guerreri, President of the CSCA.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Presiding Officer Nicolello, for letting me speak today. First of all, I've come here to speak on behalf of Matt Bruderman. I've met with him once, and I saw the passion and the fire in his belly for this job. I'm appalled at what went on today. This was definitely an SHIT show. I didn't want to get in trouble like you did. He is definitely different than we are. He's definitely different than I am. I probably couldn't afford his shoes. But I welcome him now at the medical center. We've had many, and I've probably been there when there have been 10 to 15 CEOs, because I've been around a long time, 42 years in the county, that have come and gone in the medical center. I'm willing to give Mr. Bruderman a chance to make that the best hospital on the island, and we're not far from it. There are things that he shouldn't have said. There are things that he said that were not right, that I do not agree with. But I think it shouldn't have been used as a time to rip him to shreds when he came here looking to have a job at the hospital. Celia, I thank you. You've always been involved in the hospital. You've been there before. I thank you for coming around to the hospital. Legislator Drucker, you've also been at the hospital and come around. But I've really never seen any of the other legislators at the medical center. Okay, you might have been there. I'm saying I have never seen you there. Legislator Ritten, I think that was disrespectful for you to talk about the employees and the number of people that were in this audience. You don't know who's taken off today. You don't know who's using their own time today to come here. And because it got out of hand with, let me finish.
I'm letting you finish.
Okay. When it got out of hand with people clapping and whatnot before, you took a chance to send people back to work. Never in my 42 years in this county has that ever happened. Never in my 28 years of leadership in CSEA has that a sitting legislature on other side of the aisle said that. Nobody has ever said that. Now, you were the first? Okay, so I'm taking it out on you being the first. That is totally disrespectful for the people to be here to come and support the hospital and to come and support Mr. Bruderman or just to come and support you as legislators, okay? Also, we should not forget about A. Holly Patterson Nursing Home. That I'm glad Vice President Harris came up to speak about. It's a world-class nursing home. Okay, we cannot forget about that, and Mr. Bruderman will also be in charge of that.
Can I respond? Are you finished?
I am now.
Well, as you know, I have considered you someone that I've respected, and my request was that we noted that they were here, and there were people from DPW and parks and things like that, that I felt that if they were on the clock, and I thought my financially conservative possible candidate, he totally agreed with me, that at this point, you know, if you added up the hours of people sitting here and, you know, judges from traffic court playing on his phone the whole time, you know, the bottom line is they are supposed to, this is taxpayers' money. This isn't your money. It's not my money. Yes, we got their message, but we have a fiduciary responsibility. And I'm sorry, I'm really shocked at you right now for a number of reasons. But the number one reason is because...
Go for it. Tell me, why are you shocked at me?
Because well, I understand the position you're in. Let's leave it at that. But I think that you normally do respect the fact that we don't own this money. This isn't my company. It's not your company. It's taxpayers' money. And I will go after, and I will say what I think if I see any waste. And in my opinion, having paid employees, you know, come down here that have absolutely nothing to do with the hospital is a waste of taxpayers' money. And look, you're not responsible for the finances of the county. I get it, but I am. So if I feel that way, I will say it. And if you think you're ashamed of me, I can tell you something right now. I'm not going to use that word, but I'm not happy with a couple of things that I'm seeing today also.
And, you know, you have every right to say that, but you don't know who was in the audience on their time off, on their coffee break, on their lunch break, or what they were doing on their phone. I just found it just disrespectful for a legislator. Like I said, in 42 years, I've been here at all the legislative meetings when they were Board of Supervisors. I've never seen that happen before.
Well, you know what? I'm pretty conservative financially, okay? I respect taxpayers' money. And I didn't call out anyone. I said, if anyone is still on the clock, it was their decision. I'm not going to go look at I'm not going to look up, although it's available to us, I'm not going to look up who's on their time and not right now today. But the bottom line is I really I don't like to see waste. All right?
Okay,
And in
fine.
my mind, we got that they support him, and so did he. So, those are his new friends, but his new friends are costing, if anyone was costing the county money at that point, it's a waste. And I will absolutely do what I can in this form or any other form to try to protect taxpayers' money.
Wow.
And when you're
said it.
responsible for our budget, we'll have the conversation.
Okay, I just found it odd, first time in a long time, so, and not just, fine.
What did you say you were, a rebel? There are a few of us, possibly.
I have nothing else, thank you.
Ron, and Ron, you and I have known each other for years, probably 20-some years. The only exception that I take with what you said was that things that Mr. Bruderman has said publicly, we shouldn't use it or we shouldn't ask him about it today. Quite frankly, I never knew of Mr. Bruderman. Never knew him before March 6th when the county executive announced who he was. I didn't even know who he was. Never heard of his firm. Never heard of him. I have no personal vendetta against him or anyone else. That being said, when you say things in the public record for a public institution that is taxpayer related, I have a fiduciary responsibility to ask you what you meant by that. Now, I'm sorry that things turned to the way they did, but unfortunately that was the case. But it sounded like to me, and just correct me if I'm wrong, it sounded like to me you were saying to us that we shouldn't have asked those questions about what he said in the public?
Not at all. I said that the things that he said were totally 100% wrong.
No, I heard you say that part, but
I just think we went very, very, my opinion, very far afield in talking to Mr. Bruderman. And I've been here for other commissioners. I've been around for other people that were put on at the hospital. And I didn't think we didn't get so in-depth with the other candidates. Now, I'm not saying you did the wrong thing. I'm just saying, in my opinion, I think you just might have gone too far.
But the only thing I would say, Ron, you and I are good friends.
100%, come on.
The only thing I would say is that I don't think any other candidate that was seeking a board position has put themselves in a position of saying things as public that would be in a Newsday paper. That's the only reason why.
I agree with you.
That's the only reason why. But we'll still be friends.
Yes, we will. Anybody else? Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Vincent Pinckney.
Good afternoon. My name is Vincent Pinckney, Chief Diversity Officer at Nassau County Medical Center. I've been living in the county for 54 years. I'm 54 years old. I've been working at Nassau County Medical Center for 27 years. This is the first time I'm here to support Mr. Bruderman. It's the first time I've seen a chairman that came into office that really wanted to support our hospital, that really wanted to do something for our hospital. So with my humble opinion, I'm asking you to give him an opportunity, like we always do, to improve our hospital. Thank you.
Mr. Pinckney, did you say you were 54 years old? Could you just tell us what your diet is? Or
Yeah, what's the secret?
Holy cow. Yeah, right. Nina Gavar?
Hi, my name is Nina Gavin.
I'm sorry.
Maybe a little more fancy than I am, not much. I am the CSEA unit president of NUMC. And when I talk about the hospital, I've been there since 1987, so I get very impassioned. Sometimes I get a little worked up about it. Really what I'm upset about today was the process. It doesn't really have anything to do with Matt per se. We have so many hardworking men and women. I'm a nurse first. Before I was a unit president, like I said, I've been there for over 30 years. And I know politics has a role in our funding, like you said, but the current CEO, Dr. Booten, is doing that work. He is watchdogging all of our funding and making sure that things are done the right way. And we need to give him a chance to let Matt do the work that he is able to do for us. So the overreach of government at this time is trickled down from the state to the county level, and now Monday we have more of that coming by them trying to double the board, which is another big problem. That has to stop. There's big overreach going on here, and instead of reaching across the aisle to help each other, we're doing it just to tip power. It's not the right thing. And we don't need a bigger board of directors. We need to let the ones that are there be accountable and do the work that they're supposed to be doing. And I do believe that Matt can start that fire in them to get that going. We need to give him a chance to do it. And CSEA will be there watching over that. Should things be getting done the wrong way, or things are not going the way, for the employees that we think it should be going, then there'll be a different fight and argument, and we'll sit down at the table together and work it out. But at this time, we need to give him the appropriate time, and we need to give him a chance to work with us. I want to move forward, and I know that's going to happen anyway. And we need to support the officials that the constituents elected and let them do their work and let them put their picks in place and not try to overreach and tip the board to another direction. And I know sometimes people do speak the wrong way, and I've been guilty of it myself many times, and you have to judge people on what they do for you. So let's see what Matt does for us. Dr. Booten is the perfect person to lead us, and we will all be watching and keeping a close eye. So thank you.
Thank you. Legislator Gaylor had a question? I think it's, no?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Just a quick question for Mr. Bruderman. As most of you know, I'm retired Lieutenant Colonel from the United States Army. Our veterans. We have a veteran service agency that's housed within the hospital. I don't know if you had an opportunity to visit there yet. I hope you do. I would just ask that you give it a careful evaluation. I think that there's much room for an improvement in the facilities in which this agency is housed, and I would hope that we could possibly do something to make it an even better place for our veterans to attend. Second point I'd like to just bring up is that as was it mentioned previously by a fellow legislator, I believe, in the news there's been discussion about downsizing the capabilities at Northport VA Medical Center. I would ask that you look towards the future, and maybe not something that can be done within a year, but something that can be surely started by you within the first year, is a partnership with the federal government to move to our facility some of those VA clinics or treatment facilities, and better possibly utilize some of the vacant spaces within our hospital system to better accommodate all veterans that live in Nassau. So I would just ask you to consider those 2 points. I wish you well in the future, and if you'd like to comment, great. If not, I understand. Thank you, sir.
I'll just quickly comment and say that, like I said, my family's very patriotic. We've served this country in war. I'm indebted and grateful, genuinely, for our armed forces, for the police, everyone that serves. And I think it could be an opportunity. Again, I don't know enough yet, but we have excess space in our physical plant. I did hear rumors about the VA in Northport, and I think that would be an outstanding use of that space, and would be great to give back to our amazing veterans that have served us, and treat them right and give them an outstanding facility to go to.
Okay. Dr. Stephen Levy?
Hi, my name is Stephen Lev. I want to thank all of you for giving me this opportunity to speak before you. I'm currently hold the position of the chair of radiology at Nassau University Medical Center. I just want to address the Honorable Mr. Abrahams. You mentioned before something about you heard the hospital was in bad financial shape or eminently going to close. So I've been at the hospital.
If I could just correct you, it's not that I heard, I've known.
Okay. So I have what's probably called some institutional knowledge because I've been at the hospital for 27 years. I'm 58 years old, so that's almost half of my life. And I left the hospital in 2004 under rumors that were in all the newspapers that the hospital was imminently about to close. And a lot of us left at that time. They were actually laying off doctors and nurses at that time. And I came back together with a lot of my coworkers. Within a year, I came back to NUMC because that's my home, and that's I believe, where I could do the best good. And I've seen during the 27 years a lot of changes in our hospital, a lot of board changes, a lot of leadership changes. And then every couple of years, the whole cycle starts again. And upon listening to what Mr. Bruderman had to say at some of the introductory meetings we've had, I'm very impressed that finally we have somebody with a solid background in business and finance. And I think he's the person who could help ensure our survival and help us to continue our fundamental core mission, which is to be available for people in the community of every race, every economic status, and to serve that people. That's why we're a safety net hospital. And what I also want to let everybody know is that I think we ranked in the top 20 nationwide for safety net hospitals. To me, that's too low. I think we could be number one, and I want to be given the opportunity for that. All of the doctors here, look around, are from ethnically diverse backgrounds, and we're here because we choose to be here. We're all from the top, best schools in the nation, but we want to be here. We have a mission to serve, and I want to give Mr. Bruderman the chance to allow us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lev. Dr. Paul Papia.
Good early afternoon. A couple of things. I'm here in support of Mr. Bruderman because I'm happy to see that somebody's willing to take and put on an asbestos suit and get burned. I was on the Board of Trustees at the hospital for 8 years, 3 of those under Bruce Blakeman, 3 of those under Judy Jacobs. The intimidation that came as a board member who worked in the hospital was tremendous. I had one chairman of the Board of Trustees who said he was going to beat the crap out of me, knowing that I have a disability. Okay, in 2018, I was back at the hospital again, and I found that that the county, under Democratic county executive, owed us $48 million. And when I said that they needed to pay, and I also pointed out that a vendor hospital was supposed to be sending $850,000 employees to our hospital, weren't doing it, I was told by that chairman, and he was also a Democrat, that I should have looked the other way and screamed at the top of my lungs. He screamed at the top of his lungs. And you know what happened? After so much intimidation, I stepped down, okay? So let me tell you this. In this hospital, if you have somebody who wants to take their time and not be afraid, not have to worry about the intimidation, then I think you got the right guy. I've had 28 years in healthcare. In my 28 years, I've always served in an underserved hospital. 15 of them at Newmick, 13 of them at Downstate in Brooklyn, okay? The problem is there are things out there that we can take advantage of. Our competitor, one of our competitor hospitals, their budget for supplies is $7 billion. Our entire budget's $600 million, and we got to get supplies out of that as well. The employees are underpaid in our hospital, yet they come to work every day. And the reason why is because there's a law that exists that we could get the same rate of pay as other people, but nobody else wants to let us do that. Our nearest competitor gets 3 times the price for every procedure they do in comparison to what we get. So if you went to the grocery store and paid $6 for a gallon of milk, and the guy behind you got it for $2, I think you'd be upset. And so, and then just the last thing is for the NIFA consultant, Marsalis Alvarez, was the place that went around to our competitor hospitals and said, if we close the hospital, could you keep it afloat? And they said, yes, just make sure that they take care of the psychiatric patients. And I think that's about all I can actually say now. Thank you.
Dr. Papia?
Sorry, Dr. Papia. My understanding was at some point in time, and perhaps this is something that Mr. Bruderman, if he's appointed, that Mr. Bruderman can look into. My understanding was that the hospital at one point in time had a relationship with Northwell for the purpose of being able to get those rates. And to be honest, and this is my own fault, I have no idea what happened to that relationship, but it sounds as though it no longer exists.
All right, so I'm not fully in charge of the hospital. I'm one of the deputy medical directors. I also run the rehab department, and I also run the neurology department. Northwell declined to do it because, to the best of my understanding, is they felt that there was some antitrust involved that could hurt them. But the law clearly states, and it names our hospital, that we should get it. In fact, also, they have the person who sits on the committee that decides who gets cath labs, and that's why we don't have a cath lab when other hospitals of lesser, in my opinion, lesser abilities have a cath lab. All right, and let me tell you this, and the chairman of the board of trustees that came after the one that was so much on the intimidation method for me, he contacted the Department of Health, and he said that we didn't need the cath lab. And he did that without informing the other board members, and he made that as a unilateral decision. And I know that because I serve in a lot of capacities in the New York State Medical Society. I was president of the Nassau County Medical Society in 2006. I'm currently the vice president of the State Medical Society, and in 2 months I will be the president-elect of the New York State Medical Society. I've met so many people up in Albany, and they were the ones who called up and told me who did it. And so we can get this stuff. We can do a good job. We just need somebody to help us get out of the way. And if he's going to take the heat for it, I'm happy to have him on there, and I think everybody else should too.
Thanks, Dr. Papia.
I just want to mention, I was in possession of a contract with Northwell. I think it was maybe 2.5 years old. But again, when I was going through all the paperwork, I did see something, and people within the hospital commented on that. So something there exists. I intended at looking at it, and we'll figure out, how that can be helpful or not or whatever. But you're right, there was something there, and it's still there, so I'll take a look at it.
Thank you so much.
Paul Aciogrosso.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
All right, so I'm here for Mr. Bruderman, but I just want to clarify a couple things real quick. The EMT comment, how they don't want to bring him to our hospital. My daughter suffers from bradycardia, and when she had an episode, where do you think they brought her? NUMC, okay? And Dr. Booten took care of her. The other thing, too, is we went to that precious Cohen's, and we were pushed out the door. This is a month ago. She got a pacemaker. And they pushed her out the door to save their revenue in their pocket. That's your precious Cohen's. So now that we got that clarified, okay, the second thing is, I think you guys should be ashamed of the way you abuse this man. You're all supposed to be helping the minority community, and you don't do it. Okay? You would get the cath lab for us, wouldn't you? You'd get us ambulances. Why does Northwell, why is Northwell Ambulance contracted in Hempstead? Why isn't it NUMC? I think our hospital's a little closer. Can we answer that? I mean, instead of asking what he could do for the hospital, why don't you ask yourselves, what can we do to help you do things for the hospital? I mean, those are the questions I got for you.
Who did May I?
Are you done with your time?
No, you can ask a question. I can pause it.
Okay.
No, sir, I'm very sympathetic to the condition that your daughter has.
You don't need to be. I appreciate it.
My daughter was born 2 months premature, and I was in the middle of a primary, and I spent the last month there at the hospital, and I just saw firsthand like what they do for premature children, my daughter. So again, I'm very sympathetic. Again, if you took those comments in the wrong way, but I want you to understand that that I was just told that information by EMT professionals, and I was relying upon that.
Well, you were informed incorrectly.
Thank you, sir.
So as long as I corrected you with that, the other thing too is my niece is an EMT. And the way it works is anyone who doesn't have cardiac problems goes to NUMC. If there's cardiac issues, they have no choice but to bring them somewhere else. Why? Because we don't have a cath lab. Something anyone up there can do. The next thing is I'd really appreciate, because I've never seen any one of you on the board meetings. Excuse me, I've seen Mr. McKevitt, and I've seen Mr. Ferretti. But as far as anyone else, I don't see you on the board meetings, and they happen monthly. You know, sit there, listen, weigh in. You're sitting here judging a hospital that you know nothing about. You never walked through the doors. You don't know anything about the people there. You're worried about our time. You sit there and shake your head, but have you traveled from Glen Cove down to East Meadow and came in our hospital?
I've been in the hospital a number of times.
Oh, what happened at the last board meeting? Were you there? I didn't see you there.
But you know what?
Well, what about the time after that?
The bottom line is we are connected with the hospital. We're connected
You're
with
not.
their budget.
You're not.
Well,
if you're not on the board meetings hearing what's going on, how are you connected with the hospital? Explain
we
that
are
to me.
aware of the board of the financial response. We're connected with the county, obviously. We did a lot of work with the jail. Believe me, we were very involved with that because, and honestly, I was very
I find
happy.
that hard to believe when I've been in every board meeting for the last 4 years and I have not seen anyone's face up there.
We have not
Anyone
been to
that
the board
drilled
meeting.
questions at this man, I've never seen any of your faces there.
But I will tell you.
So explain that.
Can I explain something to you? And I want to give you a
Absolutely.
compliment.
Go ahead.
Number one, I was happy that you took over with the jail. I think it's been a huge improvement with the county, and I was very much involved with that as my colleagues. I had a very close friend whose daughter's first communion dress caught on fire and almost died and was in the burn unit, and I was there I don't know how many times. And 2 months ago, I had an uncle who was in a nursing home with Parkinson's and fell and hit his head, and that's where he was, and he got tremendous care. And I want to just say quickly on the record, I understand that Mr. Budeman thinks he's going to come in and fix everything, but I think that this hospital and the workers that we have are amazing. And what happened during COVID was tremendous. And I want to thank each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart. I know I lost a close relative. I know what those last few hours are like. And I do give him, I wish him the best. I wish that he does do all this. That was never my concern. My concern is the responsibility I have. You're going to see in a business world, you're a risk because there's a possibility of a liability, which is him saying things that are not acceptable. And they can hurt someone's feelings and it can make someone feel threatened and all. And that is what I wanted to push on today. Not once did I say, oh, I don't think you're going to raise the money. Oh, I don't think you're going to know how to go. I never criticized him.
With all due respect, that's the problem with the world today, is feelings.
Okay. No.
The man's ready to take care of business.
No, it's not.
And we watched chairman after chairman after chairman, Northwell PIC chairmans fail our business.
Okay.
He's a businessman, doesn't take care of business.
Thank you, sir.
Let's wish him the best, but let's also mitigate our risk. That's all that we're trying to do.
Okay. Legislator Mazi Philip had one comment. Can you hear us? We can't hear you. You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Broadman for willing to take the opportunity to fix the hospital. For my colleague for both sides, today we were out of control. Maybe I'm new, but it was very hard to watch it. I think we have to be more respectful. And then for my colleague, Legislator Salaj, I don't think when somebody is mispronouncing your name, it's always because he's a racist. I don't think so. I don't know if you remember when I first time joined, I didn't know how to pronounce three of my colleagues there. I couldn't pronounce the last name. So not every time we have to be too sensitive about the little things. I think it's time for us to see the big picture. Here we have opportunity, a man who willing to take his time to fix the hospital. And we should care about our community, how we can fix this hospital by providing the best care and really cutting healthcare costs. So let's give him the opportunity. Let's see the big picture, and let's work together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mazi. That was the last slip that I received. I just, on behalf of the legislature, I want to thank all of the employees of the hospital who were here today to speak on this issue. One of the things that gives us hope for the future is your passion for the hospital and your mission. So thank you very much for being here. We really appreciate your time to be with us. What we're going to do now is go to a roll call vote. Legislators will be able to make comments as they vote, on the nomination. So you want to start, Mr. Pulitzer?
Thank you, sir. Deputy Presiding Officer Howard Coppell.
Thank you. Let me just say that my background, thankfully my family is in this country, this wonderful country, just about 100 years, maybe a little bit more. We were not exposed at the time of the Holocaust, but I have my wife's family suffered greatly, and I've got some other relatives who did. I'm very sensitive to any issues of discrimination of any type. A number of years ago when I sponsored, I had a press conference on the issue of a certain rock star who happened to have been a vicious anti-Semite, and he was performing at a county facility. My colleague and good friend, Kavan, stood tall and proud next to me and denounced the man in his typically eloquent fashion. So when Kavan and some others who have shown some sensitivity mention that or feel uncomfortable about issues such as racism or so forth, I have to take it seriously and I have to think about it. And I did. And the other thing that I'd like to say about that is that who among us hasn't misspoken? I know that I'm not prone to be politically correct all the time. As a matter of fact, I don't even try to be politically correct. Obviously, we need to be careful, though, in what we say. We've got leaders at the top of our government, both current and previous, who are prone to saying things that they ought not to say because they don't know or they don't think or whatever the reason is. It happens. And I've heard the back and forth here. I'm prepared to accept Mr. Bruderman's explanations. I believe that everyone on this board here has got a good heart when it comes to things like discrimination and hate. I truly believe and I hope that there's not a single racist over here. I don't believe that that's the case. But we do have differences of opinion. I'm prepared to accept Mr. Bruderman's explanations over here. And I don't believe he's a racist. I do believe that perhaps he needs to be more careful when he speaks, and he said he will. And I accept that as well. And I thank him for that. But now moving over to the hospital. This hospital, as has been mentioned by many people, serves largely the minority community. It's a critical facility, and it's in trouble, and we know it's in trouble, and it's been in trouble for a long time. And now my background has been, I happen to be a lawyer, but my background is primarily been in business. But I've been here also for a number of years, and I've learned that when government does something, it's the nature of the beast that everything costs twice as much and takes 3 times as long and doesn't get done right. It's just, as I say, the nature of the beast. I know in private business, if you run things that way, you go broke. You're out of business. The idea is to minimize costs and maximize efficiency and deliver the services so that your customers come back and are happy. And you do what you're supposed to do. And that's I think, the methodology that has to be applied to this hospital. And if that's the case, and that's our primary concern, I think that we're lucky that we have a businessman who's been obviously successful many years, is willing to donate his time and expertise, and ensuring that this critical facility doesn't go under. And let's be clear about it. It could go under, because there's not unlimited money that's going to be dumped into it. It's just, again, that's the nature of things. And for the foregoing reasons, I vote to confirm Mr. Bruderman.
Okay, Mike.
Alternate presiding officer Denise Ford.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I wish Mr. Bruderman success in helping our hospital, and I urge him to consider his words before he speaks. I hope he also keeps in mind that a strong leader can still be compassionate and soft at times. This hospital is very important to all of us, and I really hope that we see that he fulfills his promises of bringing more revenue and helping to build this hospital to make it #1 in the country. So I vote yes.
Thank you. Ms. Bino?
Thank you. So, while I believe that Mr. Bruderman, well, I have not attempted to characterize him as a bad person, because I do think he has done some good in his time serving in many different capacities. I'm concerned about the hospital, concerned about the future of the hospital. My grandmother took her last breath at A. Holly Patterson. My best friend, Tanya Abrams, took her last breath at Nassau University Medical Center about 4 years ago. A young woman I missionaried with had a horrific accident on a 4th of July morning, and she is now wheelchair bound, but I know she would be dead if not for Nassau University Medical Center and the wonderful care that they provided to her. That's why this is serious for me. It's serious for me because there's a tone and tenor that I think leadership is responsible for. They must set an environment of cultural competency and mutual respect. And I didn't judge Mr. Bruderman or determine where I would stand in this vote today just on one occasion. There were 3 that played out that resonate with me. It was that public meeting at the hospital. It was the behavior at that press conference, and it was the behavior here today. And for that reason, I question the ability to lead the hospital, to serve its employees, the patients, and the residents of Nassau County in the most appropriate way. Do I believe that given his ability to build businesses, that he probably could do a really good job at the hospital in making sure that it could sustain? I believe that, but I'm wondering at what cost. That's what I'm left to question today, at what cost? And so I have to say I vote no, and it's a resounding no. Thank you.
Thank you. Legislator Carrier Solage.
Thank you for saying my name correctly. Thank you very much, Clerk. Based on the testimony of numerous medical professionals who appeared here today, who made statements in favor of the nominee, these professionals who know more than me when it comes to saving a life. And they know more than me when it comes to what's going on at the medical center. And although I have not attended a board meeting, I do check in regularly with Dr. Boutin, and I do find out from him what's actually going on. It's hard sometimes to attend all these meetings when you have a family. And based on information that Mr. Boutin has provided to me, I'm concerned about the medical center. And if the medical center can gain a helping hand from an individual who has access to philanthropy, who has access to a business acumen in which he's shown clear abilities to turn businesses around, then I would be foolish not to accept that help. And for reasons I also stated when I approved of the appointment of Mr. Capisi with the Consumer Affairs Office, in which I believe in second chances, I would support this nomination on the condition that he completes an anger management and also sensitivity training and also a cultural literacy course within 90 days. So for those reasons, I support Mr. Bruton. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Legislator. Legislator Deborah Muley.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Okay, thank you. So I have been on this meeting remotely, and I apologize for that. But I've listened to all of the testimony. I've listened to Mr. Bruderman, and I also listened to, as Legislator Szilagyi mentioned, all of the testimony by the medical professionals. But I have to say that I am deeply concerned by it was the way Mr. Bruderman talked about how he would be running things. It sounded like well, and someone else brought this up. You know, I know all the answers, and I can fix it. I can do this in 1 year. And on the one hand, I applaud that very positive attitude. On the other hand, that concerns me greatly because the people who have worked there for so many years, they definitely have to be listened to and heard, and different ideas need to be heard. And you know, I've learned this over the years, that you come into something thinking, well, I definitely have all the answers. And then you hear from other people and you realize, well, wait a minute, I was missing a lot of information about this or that. And I have always valued listening to what other people have to say. And so I'm concerned about what I heard about a lack of humility in what other people have to say. And so I'm concerned about the way Mr. Bruderman will lead this. Now I know he will certainly the vote will be in his favor, and I wish him well. And I hope that he has heard what has been said here and will learn from it. But I will be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. Legislator C. William Gaylor III. Bill, are you on? Okay, we'll come back to that. Legislator John Giuffre.
My mother was a patient at NUMIC last year after sustaining a fall in which she fractured her femur in 3 places. She is a former operating room nurse and was a nurse for over 30 years. And when it comes to healthcare decisions, my sister and I let her make her own decisions. When it came time for rehabilitation, she had a choice of where to go, and she chose NUMIC and was in the service of Dr. Paul Papia. My family and I personally, and myself as a legislator, want NUMIC to survive and to thrive. And based on the recommendations of the professional staff, Dr. Booten, Dr. Papia, a number of other people who came before us today, I am going to go with those recommendations and vote to confirm Matthew Bruderman on to the Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you. Legislator Melissa Philippe.
Yes. So based on Mr. Bruderman's experience and the support of the community members who spoke in front of us today, I will vote yes. I also recommend Mr. Bruderman to be more careful when he chooses to say something, because we have to be sensitive about our words. And then my other recommendation for the hospital, from my experience in healthcare, I do believe by providing quality healthcare, we can prevent a lot of patients to come back to hospital for small problems that can be fixed by physician in the community. So by providing more physicians in the community, I think we can take care of a lot of patients locally without going to hospital and causing so much money for the hospital. I also agreed we have to have a better system how to collect money. This is the end of the day. It is a business, and we have to have a better system to do that. Also, by bringing more service in the hospital, I think we can increase the revenue and support the hospital. So thank you. I will vote yes for him, and I wish him good luck.
Thank you, Legislator. Legislator Delia Dirigi-Whitten.
Okay, well, I will have to say that I was curious to meet you today, and I heard from both sides of the aisle when they read those comments, and there was a lot of concern. And my main question to you in my mind was, we all make mistakes, we all say the wrong thing, but did you feel remorse, and did you realize the impact of your statements? And honestly, I'm leaving here without a true answer, but I know you're going to be appointed, and I hope, not only morally, but also because we have a financial responsibility. If you were going to go be in charge of Winthrop, we would have no say, and good luck. But if you mess up, it's our money, taxpayer money, that's going to have to be responsible for any of these, what I hope you realize now are hurtful, damaging comments. If in one instance, when you're about to say something flashes in your mind that Legislator Dirigi-Whitten or anyone else said that makes you stop and think before you say anything, text anything, email anything, do you want it to be Newsday? And that's, it's not a criticism to you, it's like an education, and that's what I'm hoping. You get that sense of pause. But speaking to the hospital members, I will tell you, I also have a child with a life-threatening condition, okay? I've been dealing with it for 22 years. I've been to many hospitals with her in this state and out. And the work that you do, I couldn't do. I honestly couldn't do. I couldn't, I don't know how you got through COVID. I just give you, you have a power that I respect, and you have a calling. And we not only want you to succeed, we need you to succeed. So I want to thank you again, and I also want to say, Mr. Bruderman, prove us wrong. Do a good job, and we will appreciate it. And again, maybe today wasn't a total waste, because I think that little light will go off, and hopefully it'll avoid any risks that I foresee. Good. I vote yeah.
Thank you. Let's go back to Legislator C. William Gaylor III. Bill?
All right, thank you very much, and I apologize. That was a technical difficulty on my end. Although I was there, I could hear you. You couldn't hear me. The bottom line, the things in life is sometimes we come across as less than desirable, or less than we want to be portrayed, or sometimes we say things in the heat of the moment that we don't necessarily mean, or we conduct ourselves in a way where we can be argumentative, and I know I'm guilty of that. Sometimes we become very passionate. But we learn as we go along. And what I heard today is somebody who is willing to learn and take those steps to avoid any misstatements in the future. But more importantly, what I've learned today is that we have before us a businessman whose sole focus seems to be making this a better hospital for all of the constituents and all of the residents of Nassau County and all those people that pass through Nassau County and find themselves in need of some kind of medical attention. What we've heard today is a community of healthcare professionals who work at the hospital step up forward and say, let's give him a chance. Let's give him a chance to turn around what's been a failing or perceived as a failing hospital for many years. What I also heard today is somebody who's going to make a commitment to our veterans community and relook the Veterans Service Agency and its location, and hopefully we can move that into a better location, and also possibly partner with the federal government to provide those necessary medical services to all the veterans in Nassau and Suffolk County that find themselves in need of service closer to home because the Northport VA Medical Center is shuttering some of its services if it does not close down. So for all of those reasons, I'm a resounding yes today in favor of this nomination and his appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Legislator James Kennedy.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm having trouble getting my video. Hold on one sec. All right, I'm just going to say without video, but the priority for me is this hospital, and I believe Mr. Bruderman will be the best person to help NUMC based upon his past experience, as well as the many supporters we've heard from today. So I'd like to thank Mr. Bruderman for giving up his time to help us along this path, which we very, very desperately need. And I think that he will be a great help in assisting throughout the future. So I support Mr. Bruderman.
Thank you. Legislator Thomas McKevitt.
My family moved to East Meadow 50 years ago this month, and this hospital has always been an integral part of our community. My grandfather died there. My father was there for a heart attack. My brother's there for trauma. I can't imagine my community without it. And obviously, it's been through some very tough times. So I encourage Mr. Bruderman to work with the board, with the medical staff, with the community to make sure this hospital not only survives but thrives. I'll be voting yes.
Thank you, sir. Legislator Laura Schaefer.
I vote yes in favor of Mr. Bruderman, and I have no further comment.
Thank you, ma'am. Legislator John Ferretti.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Bruderman, I'm the legislator in the 15th Legislative District, which actually the medical center lies at the very westerly part of my district. And the vast majority of my district is Levittown, which is as blue-collar as you can get. And so while we both speak English, I think you and I kind of speak a somewhat different version of English. But that being said, I did read the comments in the paper, and I think we could both agree they were wrong. You admitted as much, you apologize for it, and I appreciate that. I also believe that people make mistakes. They say things they don't mean, or they shouldn't have said. And just as we should judge them on what they say, we should judge them on how they attempt to cure those mistakes. What we saw today was an education on cancel culture. That's what we saw today. It's taking one thing you said, which was wrong, forgetting everything else you've done for the communities that you've lived in all your life, and just taking that one thing and harping on it. And what we see so often with cancel culture is the proponents of cancel culture are the hypocrites of cancel culture. We saw that today. People who don't want to, that give second chances to some people, but not to others. People who listen to who are willing to caucus with people who've made mistakes in the past, but are not willing to take your misspoken statement and look at all the good things you've done. And that's a shame, because speaking to that example, the person I'm referring to did a lot of good things, just like I hope you do. And so what I'd be asking for when the vote comes is, or I guess we're going one by one, but just consistency. I think that's important. I came here today having read your statements, and I also, in the paper, but also I did watch the board meeting, and I heard the statements there as well. And I came here today with an open mind, thinking that you need to prove two things to me. Number one, that you're not a racist. Number two, that you can fix the hospital. After today, I have no doubt that you're not a racist. There's no doubt in my mind. And there's no doubt in my mind you can fix this hospital. And so I will be voting in the affirmative, and I thank you for your testimony. And just before we pass on, because, and I'm only pointing this out because there was so much discussion on it, which is insane to me, but with regard to the name tags, and I'm not saying this to be smart or anything like that, but perhaps we should change, legislator, your name tag, because there is an accent that we can put above, like Legislator Mullai's has an accent. So we could have possibly avoided that entire line of questioning if your name reflected the proper accent that your name should have. So maybe we could look into that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator. Legislator Arnold Drucker.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. So our responsibility as legislators today is to put in place the best candidate to fill this important leadership position. That's it. I don't profess to know the financial workings of the hospital and how it's best served. I leave that to other people that are a lot more qualified and smarter than I am. But our job is to vet and pass judgment on an applicant. And that's what we're doing today. All the other peripheral stuff is irrelevant. Yes, we can debate the words that were used by Mr. Bruderman, you know, till the cows come home. The bottom line for me is there are three reasons that I will vote in the negative. One is I think Mr. Bruderman lacks the necessary healthcare experience or hospital administration that I would like to see for someone to assume a position as chairman of the hospital board. He has a tremendous amount of experience in finance and owning a lot of different businesses, and there's no question he's probably very, very talented at that. But if it was me and I want to pick someone to lead this hospital, I want someone who has more personal experience in hospital administration and healthcare. So he lacks that, in my opinion. Second, Mr. Ruderman has stated many times that he is apolitical and he's just a fiscal conservative. But Mr. Bruderman, your documented history of political support belies that. And this hospital needs less political polarization and not more of it. And I, for one, don't believe that Mr. Bruderman can present the neutrality that I would like to see in the chairman or on this board at the hospital. Third is, you know, what concerns me is Mr. Bruderman's management style. I'll be quite honest with you. I don't see what he's displayed today. I don't see the ability to work in a cohesive, collaborative, and respectful way with other board members or administrators. And that's troubling to me because we need someone who's going to roll up their sleeves and listen to others who have been there on this board. You've heard many of them speak today who've been there for many, many years. Listen to them, understand where they're coming from, learn, and maybe adopt some of their suggestions. The way I see Mr. Bruderman's style today is, no, I'm going to listen, but then I'm going to do things the way I want to do them. And I don't know if that's what's really best suited for this hospital. So based on that, I'm going to vote in the negative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Legislator Rosemary Walker.
First of all, I just have to say that, you know, what took place here today, and I agree with Legislator Philippe, it's an embarrassment really to all of us. I'm not a confrontational person. I like us to get along. I'm strong-willed. I'm passionate about things, and I will work extremely hard to fight for all those things. But again, like I said, I think it's an embarrassment to all of us, and I hate for those looking that were watching today that they had to see a display like that. I believe sometimes we could probably all go to some type of sensitivity training, because we could all have our moments, and you know, sometimes we feel like we're pushed to that point, and we do have those moments. Even as a parent, sometimes we have those moments. So, or as a grandparent. Well, not as a grandparent. Whatever the grandkids do is okay. But again, I think that that's something we can all learn by. This hospital, although it is not in my district, I abut the district also from my home. I have the 17th legislative district, but I live in Hicksville. I could be the closest legislator in my home to the hospital. Legislator McKevitt and certainly you know, other legislators are close by also in Levittown. And many times that I do sports in our school district, I still do supervision, I do the official book, the official clock. I've driven in the back of an ambulance with one of our kids who've gotten hurt on a field, and where they're taken to the medical center. Even when we're at away games, done the same things. And always treated with such respect, and that was even way before I was an elected official, so it wasn't like I was in the hospital so often at that time. But the care given at that hospital, everyone who's in that hospital, totally amazing. Our firefighters often go there for you know, treatment that they need, or they're with patients that they're bringing and how they're treated there. Our police officers, just every aspect of that hospital, everybody works so hard. During COVID, what they did, and I said it over and over and over whenever I had the chance, we'd bring food to the hospital, we'd do many different things during COVID, but the staff in that hospital, the nurses, everyone, the doctors, you know, we always say they have to kind of separate themselves from their patients and that they can't get too attached. But during COVID, they became our families. They were the ones that held up an iPad that families could see their loved ones taking their last breath, or being able, even though they might not be able to hear, their loved ones might not be able to hear, they were there for them. So they became our families during that time. And they just did a tremendous job. They made sure that our teachers in our districts, that they were able to get their vaccines quickly, so we could try to get them back into our schools. Just so much. They went over and over and over and above, and I cannot thank them for that. And I truly believe that Mr. Bruderman is going to do a lot to enhance our hospital. And I can hear that from everyone who's here from the hospital. He's going to make sure that everything possible that we can do to improve that hospital financially, and even the services that we have there, he's going to work hard to make sure that that happens. And I am very happy to vote yes for him.
Thank you, ma'am. Legislator Joshua Lafazan.
Thank you, Mr. Pulitzer, and I'm sorry I couldn't be in person today to engage in the cross-examination, but from what I've heard, I don't have confidence in Mr. Bruderman's appointment, and so I vote no.
Thank you. Legislator Stephen Rhodes.
Thank you. The one thing that I know is that if the hospital were to fail, it will not be because of the medicine. And that's the tragedy of this. It's because of its organization, because of its leadership. And ultimately, that's the issue. You know, we look at the proposal that's going to apparently be voted on Monday at the state legislature. You know, and we look back historically on the state's investment in trying to prevent the failure of the hospital. And we see that as recently as 2016, Senator Hannan was able to obtain grants that were used by NUMC for various improvements at the hospital, to the tune of that last round, $24 million. And we know that since Senator Hannan is no longer there, those grants have essentially dried up. The state's almost treated the hospital as though, in many respects, it didn't even exist. And so I find it curious that 2 months after, less than 2 months after a change in administration, when new appointments are going to be made, that all of a sudden now the state has taken the interest to the point where they want to pack the board so that they can control and essentially take over what happens at the hospital. I don't know what their intentions are. What I know is what history tells me, is that that hospital has essentially been abandoned by the state. And this hospital is too important to our community, is too important to our county to allow it to fail. Whether they intend, I have no idea, whether they intend to close it, whether they intend to privatize it, whether they intend to take services away, whatever that intention is, I think we should have, on behalf of our residents, none of it. And that brings us to today. I think we need leadership at that hospital that's different from the leadership that we've had before. And I think that that leadership is what Mr. Bruderman provides. A background in finance, someone who has the passion for the mission, which is the important mission of saving that hospital, making sure that it has the resources that it needs to be able to serve underserved communities, both as the only level 1 trauma center in our area, with an exceptional burn unit that treats our first responders. You know, I've been a volunteer firefighter for 30 years. We take patients to NUMC every single day of the week. And, you know, we're confident in the care that they receive, but they need to have the support financially to be able to do that. I believe that Mr. Bruderman has the expertise and the passion for the mission to make sure that we succeed in saving that hospital, so that it can not only sustain itself, but it can grow and become what it once was. Not because of anything having to do with the medicine, but because of years of mismanagement. And the one thing that I'm concerned about, you know, Mr. Bruderman, is that we have to make sure that the passion for the mission that you have, we have to make sure that you can't allow yourself to be a distraction from the passion and from the mission. And I think some of the feedback that you've gotten today and some of the feedback that you've heard, you know, I know that you've taken that to heart, and I know that you're going to make sure that that's not the case. But I, as a legislator, you know, am happy to work collaboratively with you. I wish you the best of success in your mission. And I truly hope and pray that you succeed, because, you know, NUMC is too important to all of us. Couldn't imagine it not being there. So I will vote in the affirmative, and congratulations.
Thank you. Minority Leader Kavan Abrahams.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. I was listening to everyone speak, and I was trying to figure out what I wanted to say and how I wanted to say it. But I think most importantly, the folks up here and the folks out there and the residents that we serve all need this hospital to be able to remain open. We talk about it as a safety net, but I think that's more of a terminology. It's a lifeline for people. If you go into cardiac arrest, you have 4 minutes to be resuscitated. I don't know if Dr. Booten could correct me on that for the timing, but you have a very limited time before you could permanently lose some of your bodily functions. This hospital serves a minority community that all of us care about. It's a community that I represent. I I've heard from my colleagues in regards to some of the commentary that went back and forth, and I apologize for my part in that. I don't think it's, unfortunately, some of my colleagues painted as if it was just one person or one side, which that's the problem that occurs many a times on this body, is that we just blame one side. We're all a part of it. I said some things, Rich, I apologize to you. Rich said some things, and then obviously Mr. Bruderman said some things. So I think it's collectively we could have done a better job. But that being said, Mr. Bruderman, I take your comments to be offensive. I never would use the word racism and good in the same parallel. I think from that standpoint, it sounds like to me you've walked back those comments. But it's not just the walk backing of the comments. And I've heard Mr. Ferretti mention cancel culture. It'd be one thing if Mr. Bruderman evolved, if you evolved from your comment, and you said it 20 years ago or 2 years ago, and you've been a changed person, and you've shown and you've demonstrated, you know, that you don't really think that way and believe those things or believe what you ever believe. There's no vindictive part on my side, at least I can speak for myself. As I said before, I didn't even know who you were before March 6th. I had no idea. However, if you are looking to represent this body, this board, and eventually become the chairman, I should know who you are. And I should care what you do and what you say. And those words do have an impact. And that being said, when you can make the reference of good racism, I'm not too sure why you had to look up racism or Google it. I would like to think that somebody that's going to serve in the capacity that you're going to serve in, serving a diverse, multicultural, multi-ethnic community, such as Nassau, that I'm not too sure why you would have to look that term up. You should know it. You're getting ready to represent a diverse population. And as I said, as it has been said before, I'm not sure you're up for this task. This is not a personal attack. Like I said before, I've never met you. However, I do hope and wish that you're successful. And it's not for you per se, or even for the county executive or for this body. It's important that you're successful on behalf of the residents of this county and the patients that need that hospital and the patients that can't get to a Winthrop or South Nassau or Northwell, and they only have the medical center. And those are the people that resided all throughout this county, and those people need this to be successful. However, that being said, I'm taking the position of voting against your appointment. That's a big shocker to many in the room. But I'm doing it for multiple reasons, and I believe that words and actions matter. Mr. Bruderman, your comments at the recent board meeting were completely and totally unsatisfying from my standpoint. Not someone that I would see becoming the top position at the hospital. Your financial experience definitely bodes well. However, your comments, and then obviously some of the things even that you mentioned today, it just doesn't seem to me that you are up for the task. But I hope and pray that you become more comfortable and more suitable, and obviously choose your words a little bit better going forward in the future. And as I said before, we would want to and continue to wish you the best in that capacity, but I'll be voting no on your appointment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator. Presiding Officer Richard Nicolello.
Okay, thank you very much. First, I want to say, Kavan, there was no need for the apology. It got a little heated, but certainly didn't say anything to offend me. And then, however, since you have apologized to me, now I have to apologize to you so that we're even. It's like favors, you know. I don't want, you got to make sure the favors even. No, that's right. I was apologizing to you. In all seriousness, look, we get passionate up here, we get heated, and we go about the business of the legislature, and we leave, and we're all friends as we have been for years. Look, you start out from this perspective. The mission of this hospital, and we all agree on this, is absolutely critical. You know, you serve the underserved, the uninsured, the underinsured. You serve those who have economic disadvantages. You largely serve the minority populations of our county, and you provide services to our first responders in many ways. Hospitals struggled for years. It has been mismanaged. That has threatened that very mission, and even more so, it's threatened the wonderful work that our healthcare professionals are doing there. So it has to change. Now, Mr. Bruderman, I mean, you misspoke. We all do. You came here, you expressed regret for your misspeaking, you explained what you meant to say. I mean, I don't think you could do anything more. You're a successful businessman. You've done very well in life. You have a particular set of skills that I think we could very well use at the hospital. You're committed to turning this around, and I say let's give you a chance. So I vote aye.
Mr. Nicolello, the vote reads 13 in the affirmative, 6 negative.
Okay. It passes. Congratulations, Mr. Bruderman. Thank you. Oh, yeah, sure. You sure you want to say something? You're going to get a motion to reconsider.
All the smart people. I am long-winded, but I won't be. I just want to thank everyone here, and say, look, I'm prepared. Grill me 10 times harder about my performance, and hold me accountable, and watch me go, and watch what this hospital can do when it's got the right leadership. And I'm going to call it in the outfield. We're going to fix it. And I want to thank everyone, especially the people that gave me a hard time today, but again, for their constituents, and because I gave them good reasons to. But I am going to work very hard for everybody, and we're going to fix the hospital. And I thank you very much for your confidence, and I've taken everything to heart. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn, Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Walker. All in favor of adjourning, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Aye. Carries unanimously.
I know, John, I told you, we should get a medal for this. I wonder if we'll get paid if it doesn't matter or not. We'll get some more for that, all right? Eddie?